the most resilient parasite.
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports.
With no hidden agenda.
Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What up?
Oh, you know.
What you guys doing?
Just sportsing over
Is
here.
that a Cubbies
That is a Cubbies.
sweatshirt?
My daughter lived in Chicago, so
Oh, yeah.
yeah, bought at Wrigley Field the year they broke the curse and won the World
It's
Series.
a nice sweatshirt.
You know, it's a controversial move in the Sukanik household.
It just says Cubbies, by the way, if you can't
Yeah.
see it, which you probably can't
Yeah, it's-
because, well, we're a radio show. But we're on TV and
Yeah.
YouTube and everything. Cubbies. It just says blue and it's got Cubbies and red lettering.
I'm a sucker for an arm logo as well. It's got
Yeah.
the little
The little bear.
But it's a controversial move, but I'm not a big fan of the hooded sweatshirt. I've officially become 1,000 years old. I like the crew neck.
Okay.
So, yeah, when we were out at Wrigley, you give me a nice crew neck with an arm logo, and I'm in. Plus, you can't go to Wrigley Field and not buy something.
Yeah, probably not.
Wrigley Field, my favorite stadium that I've been to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I liked Fenway better.
Fenway is great, but I just like the vibe. I'll take the Chicago vibe over Fenway.
A
And
little too racist for you in Boston?
well, I sat in center field in Wrigley, or
Wrigley, a little more Obama-y.
I sat in the outfield in both, and
Although he's a White Sox fan.
I will say that the the crowd in Boston was it was a bit much for me.
Well, they all get juiced up at Bennigan's before the big game.
It was a bit much. Both great environments, but it was
I
a
thought
bit
Fenway, man.
it was a bit much.
There's just something about the nooks and crannies of a baseball stadium that
Yeah.
are so interesting to me, and there's no better in that regard than Fenway.
No, it was cool because I sat right in center field with my feet on the outfield wall, kind of over where it almost kind of you get the weird little trapezoid angle there. It was really cool. Don't get me wrong. I loved Fenway. I just think the crowd at Wrigley probably won me over. That and right there, and you're in the Ivy. And then I saw Billy Joel played at Wrigley too when I was there. So Wrigley just holds a special place for me.
I also just like the surrounding area a little bit better. I know both are in the heart of the city, which
Yeah.
is really cool, but I think the Wrigleyville area is a more fun place pregame, postgame than the Fenway surrounding
And my
area.
daughter lived like maybe 6 blocks from Wrigley, so we would just go over to her place and then kind of wander around, and we'd hit bars. And Wrigley, for me, of all the stadiums I've been to at any sport, because baseball stadiums are better than anything else that you're doing.
For sure.
I've never been to a better one. Wrigley will always be number one in my book. I also have and I don't know if this is weird or not, because again, the crowd is a bit much, but I'm a Dodger Stadium guy. Chavez Ravine is pretty damn cool.
I've never been.
Just that is, I love
Says
it.
Giants boy.
That's right.
Well, you're probably, again, go sit in the outfield. I wouldn't wear Giant stuff.
Some not
but,
great things have happened to Giants fans there.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm a sucker for Dodger Stadium. Again, right up there near my top.
Dodger Stadium's okay. They do a good job with it, considering. Like, in other words, it's like there's nothing special about it, but when you go there, it's the Dodgers, and you have the palm trees, and so it just kind of works.
Yeah.
Like, they do a really good job with interactive stuff in the breezeway, is that what they call it? Breezeways?
Yeah.
The concourses.
Yeah.
And everything. It's nice. But, I don't know. They got a lot of hot babes there.
You give it 2,000. Meh.
Well,
That's why I said I am a sucker for Dodger Stadium, and I don't hear a lot of people like Giants that would Oracle or whatever. Is that what
they're Oracle Park now?
Like
it's
that's
a nice ballpark.
It's a better ballpark. Don't
Gorgeous
get me
little
wrong.
setting.
I mean, it's unbelievable. But I don't know. There's just something about the history. Again, I like old things. I like crew neck sweatshirts. I like old ballparks. There's something about Chavez Ravine and it being Dodger Stadium and the backdrop of it. I don't know. I prefer it over Oracle, but I'm not dumb in saying that. That it's a better ballpark. The Giants ballpark is way better.
Are hooded sweatshirts or garments a more younger person thing?
I think the hoodie is you don't see the old people, like, you go through the transition. It's only a matter of time before I probably start wearing a collared shirt underneath my crew neck sweatshirt.
Ooh, nice.
Throw on some sensible slacks with
Maybe
it.
a white polo.
There you go. As I get older, I'm like, crew neck sweatshirts in Dodger Stadium. And then, of course, Shea Stadium, but that's long gone.
Well, your Cubbies sweatshirt would be appropriate for church if you wore a white collared shirt under it.
Class it up a little bit.
That's, yeah.
Well, growing up in the Mormon church, it was always a weird thing because I thought that that's how everyone dressed. You go to church and you dress up, and then as you get older and you go like to other churches, you see people rocking in like in whatever. Like someone's wearing a Cowboys polo and some like cargo shorts and some New Balance. You're like, what? You're going to church? I was like, you don't have to dress up to go to church. I used to always assume that everyone dressed up. And then I was like, why do I have to dress up?
I'd never thought about the hoodie thing until you mentioned it.
Yeah.
And somebody texted the Vancouver Ford text line. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. 503-864-6326. And they said Bill Belichick is the only old person that wears a hoodie.
Yeah.
And boy, I can't.
The hooded sweatshirt is a young man's
I want to
game.
fight that, but I can't.
No, it's you.
I'm trying to think.
Because I live amongst the olds, and trust me, when I walk around, you know what you don't see on the olds?
Well, you would think
hoodies.
Why wouldn't they like the hoodie?
I don't know.
It's versatile,
and it's not that crazy because hoods are on jackets.
Yeah.
all the time,
I'm
like rain
convinced
jackets,
that maybe it's a little too close to like the Grim Reaper, like the hood up. It's a little too close to death. You're like no.
I think it's that they don't like the look. I think that they think the look is
sloppy. It's
like trashy or whatever.
Yeah.
Like because like the whole but wasn't it Trayvon Martin the kid with the hoodie?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it had it up.
I think that a lot of the olds are mildly racist. And they think the hoodie, that's what the
Yeah. I don't have anything against the hoodie. I do have hoodies. I'm the only one I know that's like my age or younger that the majority of my sweatshirts are crew neck. And even my family kind of like now they just accept it. But for a long time, like my family was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I like these sweatshirts. And now they know if you're buying me a sweatshirt and the option is hoodie or crew, go with the crew.
Well, I never get accused of being one of the youngs.
No.
But you're wearing a hooded garment right now.
But you wear the hoodie.
I was counting in my head, I have 5, 6, 7 hooded garments.
Someone's saying that maybe the olds think they might get stuck in it. Maybe it's one of those.
Stuck. Well, but I mean, they're versatile. It's like if the wind whips up a little bit on your little walk, with your little Yorkie, you can just pull up the hoodie and tighten it. Yeah. Like there's a lot.
Even though no one ever does that,
there's a lot to like. I do
wear. This is my exception. I've really come to embrace the hooded T-shirt, like the lightweight hoodie. So it's a hooded, but it's not a full sweatshirt. Like I wear them to work out. It's like a dry fit shirt,
like a boxer's garment.
Yeah. It's like a dry fit, like Nike or Under Armour shirt, but it's got a hood on it. Those
what's the difference?
I like.
So you don't like the hood on one, but you like the hood on the other.
Yeah, because like if I'm working out, I sweat so much, and then if I put my hood up, then I don't leave a nasty pool wherever I'm like putting my head back on. So I go hood up if I'm working out.
There's also headbands. The olds love the headbands.
That is true.
Yeah.
I do wear one every now and then working out.
Well, there you go.
Well, again, I don't have any hair, but it does keep the sweat out.
I think you should go Brett Michaels.
Wear a bandana.
Well, yeah, but his hair was attached to the bandana.
To it. Well, we've been talking about because apparently, again, I'm shiny as ever on TV. So maybe this is the new thing is the headband with the hair attached to it. Do like an Axl Rose, Brett Michaels.
Do they
and
have
away I go.
bald head D-shiner? Do they make that? Maybe this is your $1 billion idea.
It's possible.
For all the bald guys
there
that
has
are on
to
TV.
be. I mean, like The Rock, and if there has to be something.
The Rock?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like
Van
foundational
Pelt?
makeup, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Oh.
But then I got to buy makeup.
Let's get you some foundation.
I got to put it on. Seems like a lot. Seems like a lot of effort.
It doesn't seem hard. We'll get you a little compact. Compact.
Ooh, and then we can see him, powdering up during the commercial break.
Yeah.
Now that we're streaming live on
Let's
YouTube.
get you powdered.
Yeah.
Or maybe we bring in a hot to powder your head. And that's
there you
her
go.
only job.
Yeah.
You think that's in the budget?
I don't think that's in the budget. Yeah. Cover up all like the black eyes and whatnot, just, clean me up a little bit. Make me presentable.
All right, I've got polls. Do you want poll?
Love the poll. Let's go.
Poll question at 1080 The Fan on X. AAA Heating and Cooling, family business, helping families for over 60 years. AAAIAQ.com. Yesterday's poll. Which of Dan Lanning's decisions do you second guess the most? 56% said the field goal at the end of the half.
Yeah. I mean, that's the universal.
Or the no field goal.
It's the universal one.
Well, it's not universal. 56%. 22% said love the aggressiveness, so they didn't mind any of it.
Yeah.
18% said the field goal. Oh no, 18% said not punting late, and then 4% said no field goal early third quarter.
The vast majority, though, it's the one at the half. And then last night we had some more fourth downs in the Monday night game. Everyone's going for it on fourth down. It's it's what the kids are doing.
Well, McCarthy was playing for a field goal.
We love the fourth down. McCarthy's an idiot.
He is.
It was an idiot off last night.
That was
It really
unbelievable. He had a timeout left, and whatever it was, 10 to 12 seconds. My man, what do you do? Run another play. Like, what are you doing? And then you're asking the official basically, why aren't you winding the clock? Mike McCarthy, it was an idiot off. Like, who could make worse decisions? And apparently that is, once again, Brandon Staley.
I think our next segment will be dedicated to that game.
Oh,
There's a lot to talk about.
Gosh.
But here's today's poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. Today we're asking you, and I just put it up during the first segment. Those of you watching on C-Dub, you probably saw me on my phone. You'd be like, what is Rob doing on his phone? Tell you what Rob's doing on his phone.
His job.
And he's doing it with courage.
TCB, you know that?
Right on the air.
Taking care of business.
I just forgot to put it up before the show.
Yeah.
I got to get in that habit. But I put it up right during the show as Suk was talking about like hoodies or something. Today we're asking you which Northwest football program is in the best hands. And we spelled program P-R-O-G-U-M out of respect.
There's your courage showing.
That's right. University of Washington with Kalen DeBoer, Oregon State with Jonathan Smith, Oregon with Dan Lanning, or Washington State with Jake Dickert. Vote hard.
To me, there's only one answer, and it's not even close. And
Not even close?
Nope. And it doesn't have anything to do with on the field.
Not even close.
Just doesn't.
Jake Dickert.
If I am UW, Oregon State and Washington State have always had to kind of grow and develop, and it's just the way it is. You're not winning national championships. You're not. You don't recruit.
Well, but that's not the question. The question is which program
exactly
is in the best hands.
But this is what I am saying. There is a ceiling. No offense to Oregon State and Washington State. I don't care what league you go in. Because obviously, like Oregon State is potentially having a great season. But this idea that Oregon State is going to do this year after year after year and be some contender, they're not. They don't recruit. Like, we forget, college football, more than anything else, is about Jims and Joes. And Washington has a special group right now with those receivers and Michael Penix. But you know what DeBoer is not doing right now? Recruiting. He's just not. And Dave Bartu will tell you all the time, if you are not a top recruiter in your conference, if you are not a top 12 or 13 recruiter in the country, you don't win the big one. And you know who is doing that, regardless of the off-field stuff or the on-field decisions? It's Dan Lanning. They potentially have a chance to put together a top 5 recruiting class. So who's in the best shape right now, regardless of what happens on the field? The team that is stockpiling talent, especially going into the Big Ten. The answer to that question is Oregon.
Jake Dicker. Oh. All right, well, vote, and we'll see what you guys think, and we'll keep you updated. And as always, at the top of every show, we'll recap the previous day's poll question so you can get the answer. On X at 1080 The Fan, you mentioned Dave Bartu. He's coming on our show today.
And we can ask him.
Did you guys know that?
And he's got
3:30
fourth down numbers.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's got a lot to say, Dave.
Oh, you mean Dave is opinionated?
We haven't seen him for a while, so.
Oh, buckle up.
I also warned him. I said, hey, you're going to be on TV today. He's like, what? Like, don't worry.
Do we have a camera? Do we just, put up a photo of Dave?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do on that.
They will do a graphic that says, on the phone, Dave Bartu, College Football Matrix.
I want a photo of Dave on there, preferably one of him, out in the mountains shooting something.
Well, maybe they will Google something and put that up. I don't know.
I think if you Google image Dave, and I'm not even going to do this right now, I just think this is true. I'm not even going to double check this. I think there is a photo of him in war paint.
Yeah.
In a blind.
Yeah.
Getting ready to shoot
they're out there. I think
kangaroo or something.
I want that photo.
Yeah.
I want a deranged Unabomber Dave Bartu.
So he's coming on at 3:30 today. That's in 15 minutes. But up next, the Cowboys win ugly. Let's talk about Monday Night Football on the Fan.
Oregon Ducks football is on the Fan.
Bo to throw, pressure, but throws it way downfield. Franklin's there. Sidestep.
jersey, threw that bad boy on, and was like, what? I'm wearing this all night.
Yeah.
That is the ultimate old man look.
And you drink a couple light beers.
Yes. And then go home in your sensible mid-class sedan.
Yes, that's right.
To your wife, Judy, and her computer haircut.
Yeah.
And then make love with the
Who
lights
is
off.
mildly annoyed that you went. Did you say make love with the lights off?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe through a hole in a sheet. I don't know.
Right. And she was mildly upset that you went to the game, but she holds it in
Yeah. One of those.
for the sake of keeping your marriage together. All right. Well, I misspelled program. That's the first thing. Somebody called me out on that.
Do you spell it program or did you spell it program?
I spelled it program. I checked the poll question. It's spelled right on the. Well, it's spelled wrong, but right.
Let's check the tape.
And we spelled program, Progum. That's wrong.
Program.
Program. That's not what I meant.
We run a great program here.
But we spelled program, Progum. I accurately misspelled program.
I like it.
On the poll question, Progrum.
There you go.
So that's just wanted to clarify that
For the sake of being accurate, you know, it's if anything, this program
we know how to misspell.
That's right. Taking a swinge.
Did you fall in love last night?
Did I fall in love?
Well, yeah, the little anxious Asian Chargers lady.
Oh yeah, that everyone was convinced was a plant.
Well, there is a photo floating around of her in a Vikings.
Well, she is it unless you're going deep conspiracy. It has been debunked. Her and her husband are season ticket holders. They buy that suite.
Yeah.
And they're even saying that they've allowed their names to be released because they.
Well, she was on the Pat McAfee show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he had her on too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wanted to clear things up and make sure people knew that she was not a plant or a paid actor.
But
I love that was the conspiracy theory because there were more Cowboy fans last night.
I called that.
It was.
We saw that coming, right? It's LA.
And that's always going to be that way.
But
with that
it's
team.
especially the Cowboys.
Still, like, I almost feel bad for the Chargers, but I don't because they've cost me so much money. Like, that
Did you
is.
bet on them last night?
No, I won't touch it. I will not touch.
You've learned your lesson.
I have learned my lesson. Although maybe the Patriots again. I don't know. I have learned my lesson on the Chargers. I do. That is the worst home field advantage in all of sports because
it's a
at
home
least
field disadvantage.
Exactly, because at least like when you go to like a Rays game, there's just no one there. But when the Chargers play, there are people there. They're just 75% for the other GD team.
Well, especially when they play big brands like the Steelers and the Cowboys.
Hey, great move moving to LA, Chargers.
And the Niners. Anyway, this guy says lady seems highly unstable.
She does seem a little fired up.
Yeah, that was a little much. Yeah. I thought, wow, the Chargers are going to ruin you.
Yeah.
She needs. If you're this fired up over a week, a week 6
touchdown, you need to back that off.
But there is a photo floating around of her in Vikings gear.
Well, but at the same time,
with face paint on and everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I mean,
was gonna say because I'm a Mets fan, but I'm wearing a Cubs shirt.
Maybe it's a deep fake. See, we don't believe anything anymore. So
I
don't know what to believe.
And if you do get caught, just say it wasn't me. I don't know. And then what? Do all Asian people look alike? You racist bastard.
Well, that is if you.
I did like the cut of her jib though. I'm like, hey, how you doing?
But if you read the comments, which you shouldn't.
Yeah, don't.
But
don't ever read the comments.
Don't do it. But if you did, you would see a lot of that commentary.
Yeah, don't. Well,
anyway, enough about her.
Yeah. We talk about the crappy ass Chargers.
That game was terrible, and the Chargers, they are crappy. That's just a bad team, and Brandon Staley is as good as done, in my opinion. You heard it here second.
Well,
because when I was driving in today, Dusty Harris said it, but I've been saying it I think before Dusty Harris even said it.
Yes.
So it's a Staley is going to get fired first off between me and Dusty, and I think I win.
As of today, he's the new favorite to be the first coach fired. It was Eberflus with the Bears last week. It's now Staley.
They're not good.
They are 2-3. They're going to go to 2-4 because they're going to lose to the Chefs. They're behind the Raiders in that division.
I could see them winning that game.
I can't.
I could see him losing that game.
You know what? There's a lot of players.
That's my Mike Francesa
A lot of players out there. And look, I said this, and I don't want to turn this into
this game.
Because
I can see him losing this game.
I'm not here to bash anyone, although Brandon Staley. But again,
suck.
I have pointed this out. How many excuses are we going to make for Justin Herbert? Justin Herbert is as talented as anyone at the position in the NFL. I am not doubting that. Justin Herbert was as talented as anyone in college football. And yet here we are again. How many years into his career? And it's always someone else. It's always Brandon Staley. It's always an offensive line. It's always a wide receiver that's hurt. But you bring back Austin Eckler. And last night, dude, there were open plays. There were open throws to be made.
He wasn't good last night.
He was not good.
But come on, he's a good quarterback.
He is a very good quarterback, but it baffles me that he is beyond criticism. I do not understand it because we criticize other good quarterbacks.
I think he's beyond I don't think he's beyond criticism, but I get what you're saying, and I think that's only because there are bigger problems with the Chargers than him. I mean, and that's obvious. I mean, that team isn't, they're just not good. They're not. And how is it Herbert's fault that the defense can't get off the field because they continue to commit stupid penalties?
Well, the defense gave up 20 points. And in today's NFL...
but they lost.
Yeah, well, because you scored 17.
Well, but I just mean that, that was too many points. Like
all I'm saying is
that defense is loaded with talent. Well, Brandon Staley is a defensive coach. They are a joke. They shoot themselves in the foot more than any team I've ever seen, and that's coaching.
I just know when you hold a team to 10 points and you're losing at the half, how is that on Brandon Staley?
Well, because of all the penalties and the bad decisions that he's racked up over the years, and it's on the coach because they're 2-3. Okay, same thing with Brian Daboll in New York.
If Dak loses that game in the way that Justin Herbert loses that game,
yeah, he gets crushed.
We are murdering him today.
But yes, the Dallas Cowboys,
22 of 37, 227, 2 touchdowns and a pick, and at least 4 horrific throws.
But you know that the Cowboys quarterback is always going to take more criticism than any other quarterback. That's just the way it is because of the Cowboys. So that's not a fair comparison. What I think ultimately is going to happen is Brandon Staley's going to get fired. Whoever they bring in, if it's a good hire, is going to make Justin Herbert look a lot better than they're making him look right now.
Isn't that what we thought Kellen Moore was supposed to do?
Yeah, he's okay. I don't think he's horrible.
Again, this is my point.
He's not as bad as McCarthy.
Look, I am not trying to sit here and say that Justin Herbert is a bad quarterback. Justin Herbert is a very good quarterback, and like I said, as talented as anyone. But it is embarrassing to me, the excuses that are continually made for that guy when we do this all the time with quarterbacks that are good, and we're like, well, they're not winners. Well, you know who's not a winner right now? Justin Herbert. Well, because a better game from Justin Herbert last night, and they don't lose.
Well, you be the guy to criticize Justin Herbert.
I will.
Okay, just be that guy. So, and that's fine, but I think there's a lot more criticism that should be handed towards that coaching staff and Brandon Staley. The other thing, too, about Herbert last night is, Dallas's defense, they warmed him up, and he had some you're right. He did not play good last night.
Nope.
I'm not. There are certainly throws that you look at and go, wow, there were a couple that were egregious.
Yes.
You just don't see him miss. But I do think that Dallas's defense and their pass rush, they're going to make a lot of quarterbacks look like that. So you just be the guy to criticize Justin Herbert.
I find it fascinating.
Instead of criticizing the non-criticism of Justin Herbert, just criticize Justin Herbert.
Well, last night, if anyone from Dak Prescott to Kirk Cousins to Derek Carr, Josh Allen, for God's sakes, has a bad game, and we want to throw Josh Allen under the bus. And I feel like Justin Herbert gets put in this category with like Patrick Mahomes, where they're just by the way, I think Burrow's got a little bit of this, although Burrow, recently has taken a little bit of heat, but again, it's usually not Burrow's fault. But all the things that Justin Herbert is dealing with, he's in a better situation than Joe Burrow is in Cincinnati. He's got a better line. I mean, yeah, the receivers, but again, they weren't all there when Burrow was there. And look at what Burrow has done. And he's done it when he's banged up too. But he just gets put in this category. And I don't know. I just don't get it. And I don't know why that is. I don't know what it is about him.
It's because their defense and their head coach suck. And most people think that that's the bigger problem. And it is. That I don't even think that's debatable. I don't think you would disagree with that. The Chargers are 31st in the NFL in total defense.
Yeah.
There's only one team worse, and that's Denver.
And I think that was their 7th or 8th game that they've lost by one score over the last couple years. But again, can I ask the question, if you're truly elite, shouldn't you be able to win some close games?
Well, they showed the stat last night. He's had like the second most or third most comebacks of any quarterback since 2020.
But also
2021.
But also the most losses.
Because of his head coach. Not him. What's the matter with you? Just be the guy that criticizes Herbert. Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Do that. Just start criticizing Herbert from now on.
I don't want to because
instead of criticizing the coverage of Herbert.
I don't want to
Because you know where people are coming on that.
because he's really good, but no one gets more excuses made for them in the league than him.
You could be positive like your favorite American.
Go Chargers, go.
Dave Bartu of the College Football Matrix is coming up next.
It's also a dude that I thought the Chargers were going to be really good this year, so maybe I'm bitter.
Yeah, well, they have a bad head coach, and you know that. And he should be fired so they're about to fall to 2-4 if they lose to the Chiefs, although I could totally see them going in and stunning the Chiefs. The Chiefs barely beat Denver last week. Yeah. So but I don't think Staley survives the season. That team's just just a bad team.
I'm with you.
They look terrible. And Dallas was lucky to win that game because they don't look that great either. So Dave Bartu of the Matrix is next. How much of a problem did he have with any of Dan Lanning's aggressiveness in Seattle? We'll get his thoughts when we return. But first, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan on the Diamond tonight. Game 2 of the NLCS between the D-backs and the Phillies. Arizona hoping to even that series
That's pretty juicy because he's been following how the Pac-12 crumbled.
Yeah, there's a lot more details. At this point, we have a pretty clear roadmap of exactly how this went down.
But right now we have sports guest, one of our favorite sports guests, who we take credit for finding, even though that's probably not true.
Yeah, but let's do it anyway.
But we take credit for it. It is College Football Matrix's own Dave Bartu.
Dude, right live from Forest Grove, baby, right in your backyard.
Yeah, well, sort of.
It's not really the backyard.
Really,
that's like kind of the back 40.
Oh, wait, that is. I guess that's true. I'm on the trailer park side of this metro area, right?
Yeah, when you drive out to Dave's house, you're about a half hour into the drive before you first ask yourself, where the hell does this guy live? And then you get out there and there's just chickens wandering around.
No, that was Dieter, dude. Your drunk P1's letting loose my chickens on the deck during the show. That's on you guys.
Yeah, it is. We'll take responsibility for that. We once had a great college football preseason kickoff party at Dave's house, where the P1 showed up and we got all drunk. And yes, chickens were running inside the house.
They were running afoul.
Mrs. Matrix was not pleased.
Yeah, Mrs. Matrix. Needless to say, that was a one of one. Yeah.
Party. Oh man, which is disappointing because a lot of people recall the that one being on air live as a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. How much of a problem did you have with Dan Lanning's Dan Lanningness on Saturday?
It's a good time.
I mean, well, I didn't have a problem with it from the standpoint of Saturday morning. My son was just jacked for the game. And I'm, working for programs all over the country. I don't get jacked so much, even though I'm a Duck alum. And I was like, dude, I got this bad feeling this is going to be a kick-ass game. And it's going to come down to unnecessary fourth down calls that go against the numbers. Because that's their only losses, right? Unnecessary fourth down calls that goes against the numbers. But I understand it. See, a lot of people are arguing it from my standpoint, that maybe from the number standpoint, that, look, those are sub 50-50 opportunities when you go for it 4th and 3, etc. But I don't think he cares about what the book is, right? He doesn't care about the numbers. He is trying to establish a culture of being aggressive, whether or not it leads to more wins or losses. That's just the culture he wants to. So I could tell him, hey, dude, I have been, and this fourth down thing has actually kind of been a passion of mine since I watched the Ducks in the red zone go 4th and goal, Barner, 2nd and goal, Thomas, 3rd and goal, Barner, 4th and goal, Barner stuffed. And ever since that national championship game against Auburn, I have been tracking people going for trying to get the touchdown in the red zone and not taking the field goal. And since 2011, when the outcome is 3 points or less, head coaches that go for it in the red zone have a losing record. Same thing for coaches that go for 2. They have a losing record when it affects the game. So, from my opinion, I would tell him never do that again. Shouldn't have ever done it in the first place. So I would tell every head coach, take the points.
Yeah, so just take the points because in the end, they will matter more than the 4 that you may leave out there.
Right. Now, has he been snake bit a little bit? Yes. I would say of the 10 times he tries to do it, he should fail on 6 of them and be successful on 4. And does it affect the outcome of the game? That's about 1 out of every 4 times you try it, because most of the time when guys do this, the game's already out of control. You're either getting your butt kicked or you're blowing them out. So most of the numbers that are involved when you look at fourth downs don't matter because it skews it because of all look at all the times Chip went for 2. Right?
Yeah, like at the beginning of a game, and they end up winning by 30.
Do you know how many times Chip was involved in a 1-point game where him going for 2 affected the outcome of the game?
No, but you do, and I kind of want to know now.
Is it 0?
Once.
Huh.
Once. Now, kudos to him. He's 1-0, baby.
Huh.
Woo! Right? I mean, he's 1-0, but and even Dan wasn't the only one that went for it on fourth down in the red zone this week.
DeBoer did it.
Yeah.
He got away with his, right?
And he got lucky,
yep,
right?
Because they didn't get it.
He danced with the devil in the pale moonlight. He dodged that bullet.
Yeah.
And they both went for 2, I mean, it was a comedy of like, man, who's going to make the biggest error making these calls that are against the numbers? And every year I renew a white paper for our clients. Right now we have 17 college football clients that I work for. Most of what we do is staffing analytics. But the white paper is called The Anatomy of an Upset. And it breaks down, and there's different phases of it. The anatomy of an upset when you're a double-digit dog. Anatomy of an upset when you're the home dog, the road dog, when the teams are even. And the rule of thumb really is, if you want an upset, is you have to play mistake-free, and the quote-unquote better team, you let them make the mistakes.
Mm-hmm. So
that's really what it boils down to, is playing mistake-free football, don't take chances, and let the other team shoot themselves in the foot.
So basically what you're saying is in a close game, if I take the points and the other team goes for it, I win 6 out of 10 times. Is that basically what the numbers say?
Actually, the other team doesn't even have to go for it. If you go for it, if you simply go for it, you are going to fail 6 out of 10 times. Okay. Now, how often that results in you losing?
Yeah.
So last year, in 2022, there were only 16 games in total that were affected by fourth down conversions. 16. 756 FBS versus FBS games. 16 were affected by fourth down decisions. 2 of them belong to the Ducks. Right? So it's extremely rare that this even comes into play. So, and look at 2-point conversions. Do you know how many times a 2-point conversion affected a game last year out of 756? 4.
Wow.
Even
4
overtime?
times. 4 times. And the record in those games, 1-3. Right?
Well,
and in the fourth down conversions, the record was 7-9. So combined, it was 8-12 was the record of head coaches taking chances against the numbers, chasing points. My thing is simple. Don't chase the points. If it's 4th and 3 or more, don't do it. Heck, you saw it last night.
yeah,
San Diego Chargers,
I was about to
4th and
bring
3
that.
and more.
I was about to bring that up. Mike McCarthy. Okay, let's be fair. Mike McCarthy's getting raked over the coals for being an idiot, which he certainly does seem to be.
Right.
However, at the end of the first half, according to Dave's number, and that's college, NFL, it's different, but the idea is the same. Mike McCarthy said, "We have shot ourselves in the foot 18 times in this first half. I am going to be so conservative, I'm not even going to go for a touchdown. I am going to make sure we get 3 points." Yeah. And people killed him for that, but they won by 3 points.
Yeah.
So
right, and it's even worse in the NFL, Isaac. The numbers I'm telling you in college you have a much larger margin of error. In the NFL, so like going for 2 in the NFL, if your pass attack is graded less than the passing defense you are facing, your odds of a 2-point conversion are 29%.
Wow.
I mean, you are just pissing into the wind at that point.
Don't most people think that the conventional wisdom is a 2-point conversion is a 50-50 proposition?
It is nothing near that. Since 1978, the 2-point conversion, the EPA, the expected point average of going for a 2-point conversion, has never exceeded kicking extra points.
Okay. Good to know.
And
right?
Yeah,
well, I don't know.
I didn't know. Yeah, I was with Rob. I was always under the, you always hear 50-50.
Which is why they say when you're down 14 points, you go for 2 twice if you get 2 scores, right? You go for 2 each time.
Yeah, because
if
one.
it's 50-50, you're likely to get 1, and the worst you can do is end up tied.
And if you get 2, then
if you get 2, you
win the game.
Yeah.
Dude, if you're down that much, you're pretty much screwed. Nobody comes back from that. That's the funny thing. Is all these attempts, number one, you're chasing points that are a negative expected point average. I mean, converting 2-point conversions in a row in a game, average is about 16. Your odds of that are about 16%. Just getting 2 in a row.
Wow.
Interesting.
It's a ghost. It's a ghost. So everybody listening, when you're watching a game and somebody's going for 2, somebody's trying a 4th and 3 or more, they better be getting their butts absolutely handed to them, or it is a score time thing in the fourth quarter. There's score time pressure that requires it. If it's in the first, second, or third quarter, you're chasing a ghost that is most likely to end up in a loss if the game ends up tight.
Yes, that's an important thing that you brought up there. In the fourth quarter, right, there's 6 minutes left. I'm driving and I score and I'm down by 8. I have to go for 2 because I may not get the ball back.
Right, exactly. Time score pressure. Right? You have time score pressure that says, I have to take this risk, right? Now, you and I are sitting at home. I can show you the numbers and you're like, oh, dude, you got to take the risk, but you're screwed.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's hard enough to get a touchdown. Then you have less than 40% chance of getting a 2-point conversion. Then you got to go do it all over again. It just doesn't happen. So, I understand when guys are doing it under pressure. Look at Illinois, Maryland this weekend. Illinois was down fourth quarter, could not settle for a field goal. They went for it on fourth down. They converted it. They got the touchdown. That ended up being the margin in the game. Illinois won by 3 because of that. But Bielema only did it solely because of time, score, pressure.
So the end of the game where Lanning went for that last fourth down, that applies, right? Because
you can close out the game?
Because the game's over if you get it.
Does it apply? Because if he kicks the 2 field goals in the red zone before it happens, you're up 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Did that decision even have to be made? Now, I've seen a lot of Duck fans. Look, I'm an alum, but I'm that's the reason why I'm so hard on them, because I don't want anybody going, stupid Duck homer. So I'm harder on the Ducks than anybody. But people are saying, well, they were just going to get the ball and drive for a touchdown. Dude, Washington, of their 36 points, they scored 7 when they started inside their 20 this weekend. Okay? The Ducks had given up 7 points the entire second half. Lanning and McCoy had made the adjustments, and you were probably pinning them inside the 20, inside the 15 with a good punt and making them go the distance. When the odds of that conversion were less than 40%, were the odds greater than 40%? They were driving the length of the entire field at that point. Like I said, the decision didn't need to be made if the field goals were kicked in the first half.
Do you know? So, I mean, obviously 4th and 2 is different than 4th and 3. Is it 4th and 2 or less, or is it like, is there a 4th and 1? Does 4th and 1 say go for it? Are those numbers greatly different, or did you just do 4th and 2 or less?
No, it is 4th and 1, 4th and 2. Every yard is important. Okay. And significantly important. The real cutoff, though, it's amazing. Year to date, college football, 4th and 1, 4th and 2 conversion rate is 66%, basically 2 out of 3.
Okay.
Over 4th and 3 and over, it drops to 41%. It's a massive drop. Yeah. And guess how far a 2-point conversion is?
Well, yeah,
3 yards.
3 yards.
3 yards. It's like watching a baseball game and going, how'd they know to put it to 90 feet where these things barely are? These guys are out by a half a step every time. It's the same thing. The difference between 2 and 3 yards in football and in the NFL is really huge. Now, there's some defenses that you simply aren't going to go for it on, right? I mean, there's kind of a red light, green light, depending on the quality of the defense. And then you also have to look at the quality of the offense. And if you're playing Indiana, worst offense in college football, you don't really care if they get the ball back anywhere on the field because they suck at offense. And I think that's one of the things that people lose the disconnect is, your offense might be better than the defense, but how significantly better or worse is the offense going the other direction versus your Ducks had a top 10 defense coming into this thing.
Yeah,
man.
But I think what he was saying was Washington's offense is the best in the country, and maybe you're saying that he overvalued that, particularly in the event that you pin them. But on that 4th and 2, 4th and 3 thing, that was the difference in that last play, right? That the Ducks ran.
Yep.
Not the last play they ran, but that second to last drive.
Yep.
They were 3rd and 2, but they lost a yard, and then it became 4th and 3. So what Dave is saying is that from 4th and 3, it was they had a 41% chance of making it. If they had not lost that 1 yard, they would have had a 66% chance of making it, which totally changes the decision.
It's a big deal.
Very interesting, because I think a lot of people would just lump 4th and 1, 2 and 3 all in the same category.
He's not so fast.
It is absolutely not, and you have to consider also game situation, down pressure. Down pressure is a big thing. If you don't mind, I'll go into down pressure for a second just to kind of educate everybody on that.
It needs to be. This is well.
See if we can bring him back.
It needs to be fast.
How many seconds do we have? Can I come back?
6 seconds.
Yeah, bring him back.
Okay, so
What's
Ryan is
Dave
saying
doing?
that what?
Yeah, let's bring
Let's bring
Dave
him
back for the next segment.
He's fine.
All right. God. Ryan is saying, you can come back, Dave. You're welcome back next segment. So sit tight. This is Dave part 2 of The Matrix. More with him next on the Fan.
The Beavers are rolling again.
They go quickly on first down, and a pass is picked off on the right sideline. Ryan Cooper Jr., 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Beavers!
And the path ahead is clear.
Awesome crowd. Made a difference. I do think we belong competing at the highest level, and we continue to prove it.
Talk about it and get the inside story from Portland's sports leader, 1080, The Fan.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The Fan 411.
1080 The Fan's Ducks game day secret score is back on the Fan all through the end of the season. Listen to the Ducks post-game scoreboard show following each game for our hosts to give you the secret score. Once you have it, tune in to Dirt and Sprague every Monday in the 7 a.m. hour for the cue to text in that secret score for your chance to win a $100 gift card from Laurelhurst Market. Details on how to win at 1080thefan.com.
That's the Fan 411.
Nick Suk here for the Big Ford Store, Vancouver Ford. Locally owned and #1 in customer service for the 6th straight year. Their certified staff is ready to get you the ride you're looking for. Vancouver Ford isn't just my hometown dealer, it's the dealer I send my family, my friends, my listeners to, because I know that they're going to be well taken care of and you won't find a better deal, period. Vancouver Ford is proud to represent my hometown, and I'm proud to stand behind them. Find them off Andreessen and SR 500 in the heart of Clark County or online at vancouverford.com.
And how spicy would you like that?
Henco.
Henco?
You know, 5 stars. Henco Plumbing. Famous for our 5-star service to unclog, repair, or replace your sewer line. Install a new toilet.
The name to know is Henco.
Visit HencoPlumbing.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Discover, this is Danny.
Hi, it's Jen Coolidge. I just want to thank you for making me feel so special. I earned cash back on debit for my dinner party groceries.
That's great. But with Discover Cashback Debit, we give everyone cash back on everyday purchases. Anything else I can help you with?
Are you hungry? 'Cause everyone left after the asparagus sorbet.
Counterintuitive stats, I might add.
Yeah.
About coaches and aggressiveness on 4th down and in the red zone.
Well, damn it. Now we need to know about down pressure.
There's somebody who texted and said if they don't learn about down pressure this segment, they are boycotting our show. So
we need hot down pressure talk.
We better get that in.
Well, I'm concerned. We're going on a full half hour of talking sports on this show. There might be a lot of people dropping this show.
No, don't worry. Next segment will be the most anti-sports thing you've ever heard.
They'll be back.
Yeah.
Down pressure. A lot of people here's another counterintuitive one. A lot of people think home field advantage makes a big deal, a big difference in false starts.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because we're loud, and I think and Jason, I think you're going to appreciate this because you're an offensive lineman, and you can tell me what if your gut feeling backs up the numbers. Mm-hmm. But one of the actual positive things from COVID is we got to play football without people in the stands.
Yeah.
And so if you believe strongly that a stadium full of fans influences false starts, then clearly in 2020, the number of false starts by road teams should drop precipitously, significantly, drastically. So in 2020, the difference between 2020 and the previous 5 years of false starts per snap, road team false starts dropped 1.2%. And in the last 5 years, including 2020, more teams, so the majority of teams, they have more false starts at home than on the road. There is no home field advantage when it comes down to false starts and fan pressure.
I would take a stab, and that's interesting to me. There would be more at home, and I guess the only thing just off the top of my head is when you're on the road in a hostile environment, you have to kiss it. You got to keep it simple. You're going on silent counts. You're not audibling, and I would make the argument that a lot of false starts happen during audibles when you're at the line of scrimmage and you're being asked to hold your water a lot. And things are happening and changing, and then you're facing the clock, and you look up as an offensive lineman, and you see it's down to 3, and there's a lot of chaos. Whereas when you're on the road, and yes, it's hard to hear and it's hard to communicate, but you can't do all of that stuff. You do have to keep it fairly vanilla.
Right. The other thing that we have found with false starts is it's kind of a harbinger of a team that's about to fall apart. So if you see a team that is normally very disciplined, that is normally a good team, the first thing that goes is their focus, and their false starts go through the roof. So whenever if you're a super nerd and you want to see, is this team on the brink of falling apart? Look at their false start rate over the last X number of games during the season. If it starts climbing really quickly, that team has lost its focus. And the first thing that goes is the false starts. Now, back to the down pressure, is basically a rule of twos. And this has to do with false starts as well. So we're talking self-inflicted wounds, false starts, too many guys on the field, just bad things happening. And the rule of 2 is whatever happens on first down, it's twice as likely on second down. Whatever happens on second down, it's twice as likely on third down. And then on fourth down, basically the down pressure, you are 8 times more likely to make mental errors on fourth down than first down. So while I don't believe in home field advantage and fan pressure, I do believe in down pressure. The numbers, you can see the correlation between the downs and the number of non-judgment calls on a team. And a non-judgment call is basically something where the ref doesn't have to make a decision, right? Holding is a judgment call. False start, offsides, dumb penalties, those are mental focus things. Those go up, down by down. So when we're at fourth down, because of that, we know that the players, everybody can feel the pressure of fourth down. So everything magnifies as the downs progress. This is why a lot of drives seem so easy on first and second down. I think guys are just playing more relaxed. The tougher the down, the less relaxed they become.
Well, and the defense knows that they can bow up for one play. You're probably getting a more focused defense on 4th and 8 than you are on 2nd and 8.
More pressure looks, more offensive linemen not holding their water. Yeah, that all, I can see that.
So that factors in. So 4th down, okay, 4th down. So down pressure is the later the down,
harder it gets.
The harder it gets, the more mistakes.
The harder it gets, the more likely there's going to be a mistake. And it also goes back to bend, don't break, especially in college football. Extend the drive.
Yeah.
Make these 19, 20, 21-year-olds make another play. Eventually, it gets to them and wears them out much worse than the professional level.
Interesting. Well, I hear you have college football playoff rankings.
Yep. Ready to roll, dude. Ready to roll. I mean, as you know, we've been modeling their behavior for the last 9 years, and we're the best at predicting what the playoff committee is going to do. So we fired up the machine early, and I have a not too soon playoff committee, whatever number you want. You pick a team, how deep you want to go.
Okay.
I can tell you one thing. Michigan and Georgia, if the playoffs started today, neither one would be top 4, baby.
Whoa.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
They'd put them in there.
No, they wouldn't. They have followed their model every time. It's always resume.
So
it has nothing to do with brand.
Schedule.
No.
Okay, so then let's go. Number 1 is probably going to be Washington or Oklahoma.
Oklahoma, dude, there you go.
Boomer Sooner.
Yeah, they're going to love Oklahoma.
There you go. The biggest reason Oklahoma is number 1 or ahead of Washington and number 1 is they have 3 quality wins. Washington only has 2, and a quality win is a team currently above 500. Okay, so Oklahoma has 1 up there, and Oklahoma's margin of victory is significantly stronger than Washington. So Oklahoma right now, number 1 by a thread, not over Washington, over Ohio State. Now we know this is going to change because Ohio State plays number 4 Penn State this weekend. So one of those two is going to add another top 25 win to their resume.
Okay, so you've got Oklahoma 1, Ohio State 2. Who's 3, 4, 5?
Okay, well, Penn State's 4 right now. Florida State is number 3. They also have 3 quality wins. They have 1 top 25 win. Their margin of victory is slightly less than Oklahoma and Ohio State. So they're number 3 right now. Like I said, Penn State is number 4 because they're missing that 3rd quality win. They have the highest game control margin of victory number of those teams. So they're slightly, and I mean slightly ahead of Washington right there. But Penn State loses, they're dropping back, and Washington's going to be bumped up 1 more. So that's the first 5 by the playoff committee behavior over the last 9 years. Oklahoma, Ohio State, Florida, Penn State, and Washington. Michigan and Georgia, 6 and 7, because neither one of those has a top 25 win. They really haven't played anybody. In fact, Georgia has the 104th ranked strength of schedule. They have 1 win over a team above 500 this year so far.
Isn't it better than Michigan's? Does Michigan even have a quality win?
It's in there somewhere. I don't know which one it is right off the top of my head. I'm just looking at our numbers that were spit out this morning.
Nebraska or Minnesota, maybe?
Minnesota might be above 500.
Yeah, because they've played no one. You think Georgia's is bad? Michigan has played East Carolina. It's UNLV. UNLV, I think, is 5-1.
What?
There you go. Barry Odom and Brendan Marion doing some work down in Vegas.
That's their best win.
It. I mean, look, we're splitting hairs. Michigan and Georgia combined. If you combined their entire schedule, you have a full season with no top 25 wins and only 3 wins over teams above 500. It's nothing, right? And although they're playing great football, Michigan, number 1 defense in college football, Georgia's not top 10 in anything. They're just doing it off of name alone right now. And nobody in the SEC is going to win a national title this year. Yeah, one team's going to get in from the SEC and they're going to get their ass beat the first round. But the SEC is completely down. And right now, if you look at the true resumes, Michigan nor Georgia, neither one deserve to be in this thing right now.
Where are the Ducks and Beavers? And then we got to go.
The Ducks. Okay, the Ducks. So we got 1 quality win, no top 25 wins. So they're at 13 right now.
Whoa.
So they're down the list pretty good simply because, again, quality of the schedule, very, very similar to Michigan and Georgia. They had their shot, right? I mean, they could have beat Washington. If they beat Washington, they basically flip-flop with Washington. They're at 5, and Washington's down at 13. Oregon State, along with Ole Miss and Notre Dame, are the only 3 teams in college football with 2 top 25 wins right now. So Oregon State is number 9 in the current pre-rankings poll for the college football playoff. I know.
Take that, Georgia and Michigan.
Oh, my God.
Go
You can't rank the
Beavs!
Ducks behind the Beavers.
Dave just did it, damn it.
That's right.
Take that.
Well, the good news is none of this matters. Well, not well.
Lot of
It just,
football.
none of it matters. There's a lot of football to play, and there's a lot of these teams are going to start playing good opponents. So
Well, even the game this weekend, Oregon Washington, that game doesn't matter.
wait, what? What'd you say?
That game this Saturday, if Washington and Oregon win out, because we don't have divisions, if Washington and Oregon win out, they're going to play in the Pac-12 title game.
Right.
The winner of that game goes to the playoffs. The loser goes home and cries.
Yeah,
That's it.
So you're saying the Oregon-Washington result, as frustrating as it was for Duck fan, it is just not.
Yeah,
You can
really,
still
Duck fan,
control
All you
your
got to
own.
do is listen to Washington bark until the conference championship game. So the goal is get there and beat them, and then it'll shut it up.
Got to beat the Beavs. That's the thing.
Yes, you do have to beat the Beavs, the top 10 offense, in college football. I don't know how you're not looking forward to Oregon State, Oregon right now.
Hey.
That is going to be glorious.
Yeah, it is. And Lanning needs it, man. He needs it bad as a rivalry game. He's 0-3 in those rivalry games. And the thing, we talked about this on Friday, but A had a look-ahead line on the Oregon State game. Do you know what it was, David?
It is at Oregon. I'm saying Oregon minus 3.5.
It was Oregon minus 9. 9.
Okay.
9.
Okay, so they're saying Oregon is 6 points better than Oregon State right now.
Yep.
All right.
It's interesting.
All right. Like you said, a lot of football left to go. But the 3 teams from the Pac-12 that are in the playoff discussion right now, it's all in the Pacific Northwest: Oregon, Oregon State, and Washington, baby.
Yep. Dave, thanks for making us a little bit smarter today. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you having me on. Love you guys.
Love you too, Dave. Dave Bartu, College Football Matrix.
No one brings more knowledge
that guy
than Dave Bartu.
Just, can you imagine the amount of time and spreadsheets?
I don't think
has?
Dave sleeps.
I don't think he does either.
No, it's just he's one of those.
All right,
Hey,
well,
down pressure.
Well, it's an interesting point.
It's a great
You know,
point.
it's one that, there's enough football played that there are numbers on all this stuff, right? And he's the one that's just, he's saying, I'm impartial. I'm just going to look at what the data says.
Yeah.
And it is.
But I think we can come back and talk about it.
Yeah.
But I think there's a reason why. I think there's a lot of little, like, when he brought up the false start thing. And I thought about that. I was like, oh, okay, well, this is kind of one of those theories is why. And there's something else about down pressure. I think there's a couple things that go into that.
Well, guess what? We have a Dave Bartu postgame show coming
There
up
you
next.
go.
But first, we must break. We are way over. It is 4:08 on the Fan.
Undefeated UNC is a big road favorite. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. North Carolina and Heisman candidate Drake May welcome Virginia to town after a week.
Welcome back. We're a little behind, and I blame Dave.
Whoa, 100%.
Not our fault.
Well, I mean, look,
No.
Dave is like
Strong.
No.
Dave's like that little Energizer bunny guy.
Well, and he was particularly he's always interesting.
Yeah.
He was particularly interesting this week.
And was very passionate as well.
Well, he studies a lot of numbers that I didn't know he went that deep into the numbers.
Well, I was at the Ducks Husky game, and it was either after the first or second Lanning fourth down, and then DeBoer went for a couple too,
and he got stuffed. Oh, did he go for two? I thought
he
just
got
one.
he got a 2-point conversion, and then they got stuffed. Remember, Lanning went for the 2-point conversion, I think, on the Ducks' first touchdown.
You could argue it was the difference in the game. UW goes 2 for 3 on fourth down. Oregon goes 0 for 3 on fourth down.
So yeah, they
But
got
red zone though. I think
I don't know that both of theirs were red zone.
DeBoer did it once in the red zone, and he got stuffed. And I thought that was very interesting. But because they won, nobody's talking about that.
Exactly.
He also chased a 2-point conversion in the first half.
Got it.
I remember thinking to myself, that is not the time to go for two.
Nope.
But he got it.
He
So
got it.
again, he doesn't get criticized for it.
Yeah, but Dave texts me, and I forget at what point. It was after either the one or two of those, and Dave texts me all of these numbers like during the game, and I'm sitting there laughing, and I love that Dave's watching that game too, and all Dave is thinking is the numbers. And then I was like, so I texted him back. I was like, well, we're gonna bring you on, especially when that game ended the way it did. I'm like, yeah, this is a Bar 2 segment.
The thing that his visit helped me with, because it's all about me, of course, is galvanizing what to talk to Dan Lanning about on Thursday, because I was thinking about him today and thinking about how we're going to go about this when we talk to him on Thursday, because Lanning, he makes you ask good questions. He's you have to think about what you're doing with him, or you're going to get caught in a trap.
Yeah.
So
makes you look like a damn fool is what he does, Ed.
So I was thinking about, how am I going to approach this? And the thing that I kept coming back to is like, how do you, when you say he's aggressive by nature.
Yep.
And he's told us that, and we've seen that. How do you, when you say you're going to evaluate those things, what does that even mean? Like, how can you do that? That'd be like saying Big Sook has a philosophy on how he does his show, and he's been really freaking successful at it, but now people are criticizing it, and so he has to rethink completely how but he's always won that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't just change how you view things. And so that's kind of the road I was going to go down with Lanning. But now, listening to Dave, that all changes, because he is clearly saying the route is to not be aggressive, and I know that's counterintuitive, but let the other coach be overly aggressive, leave points out there, and in a game like the Washington game, 2 years in a row now, you will have more points than the other team.
My guess is, and look, this is
I don't know how I'm going to ask Lanning that yet.
Yeah.
But I'm going to work on it.
I workshop that, see what happens. I think some of this too is, to use the parlance of our times, I think there's alternative facts. So, Dave goes really deep. So Dave's talking about I've always heard that the 2-point conversion is a 50-50 proposition.
That's what I've always thought.
And by all accounts, it is
3 yards.
But what Dave's talking, well, in the NFL it's 2, and in college it's 3. But Dave's talking about Dave goes way deeper when he's like, hey, in games that actually matter. Like, I think Dave's analytics go deeper than just spitting out just general raw numbers, because as Dave points out, like with Chip Kelly, Chip went for 2 all the time, but how many times did it actually matter? So I do think that there is analytics, and then I think there is maybe deep dive analytics that actually have maybe more of
there's nuance to it.
There's nuance to it.
And I think the hard part with that is, and we've talked to Lanning about this before, it's split second over there.
Yeah.
Like he can't just go to a sheet and say, look into the nuance of all of these decisions. He's got to be on his toes.
But to be fair, so I was listening to Lanning today. He had his press conference, and he was taking some heat. And I love, by the way, I love that Dan is, one of his quotes was like, I'm a big boy. He's like, I don't mind criticism.
And we have some of that audio if we want to listen to that later.
Yeah, I'd like to.
But he pointed out on one, he goes, dude, that decision to go for it on 4th and 2 or 4th and 3 is not made in that moment. He goes, that is made earlier in the week.
Yep.
And he said that, on multiple times, at least on 2 of them, they went up there and said, if I don't like the look, And I don't know if Bo makes that. I don't know if he makes that, if that comes from up above. My guess is it comes from up above because when you're looking down at the field, you have a little better view of it. But and he said, look, if we don't like that look, we're going to call timeout. We're going to get out of it. And here comes the nuance, right? So you say, all right, you fail on 6 out of 10, right? Fourth and 2.
That was in the red zone, wasn't it?
I don't know if he was saying just in the red zone. I think it was just like you fail 6 out of 10 times on, I think, 4th and 3 or more.
Okay.
Right? So, again, this is where the nuance comes in. You fail on 6 of 10 of all, right? Do you fail 6 out of 10 when you have a rollout pass and you have a 2-by-2 formation out there and they're only running 3 defenders, and you know that if you get the edge, you see, therein lies the nuance that someone like Dan Lanning is not going to probably look at those raw numbers. He is going to look at this and say, look, when I get this look, right, I've got twin receivers out there, a tight end that can set the edge, and an athletic quarterback. When they give me this look, I am confident that I can get the corner and either have Bo run for it, or we are going to have an easy completion on the outside. You're going to have a hard time convincing him not to do that, because in his mind, that look he gets, you should convert that 8 out of or 9 out of 10 times.
Which is why we need to be a little less critical of head coaches, because coaches can only get so much into the minutia.
Yes.
Right? You're right. Coaches can. We could sit here and talk about this for 3 hours, and Dan Lanning could be a part of the conversation. At the end of it, he's going, guys, I'm a football coach, and I'm going to coach how coach the game through. Yeah. So it only goes so deep for the coaches. What I think could end up happening, maybe down the road, and maybe it's not that far in the future, does a coach start to turn those decisions over to someone else who is a specific coach,
like Dave,
on the headset, like Dave Bartu?
Yeah.
Right? Does a coach go as far as to say, I'm going to hire that guy, I'm going to take his proprietary numbers, he is going to be on my headset, and I'm going to tap into him 3 times a game, if that?
What do we do?
And it's right now, Dave, what do we do?
And Dave can take or someone like Dave can take all the emotion out of it and say, hey, 66%.
Here is what the numbers say.
This hurts us.
That's right. And he doesn't have to do it.
Because you kind of have that now in a rudimentary form with like the 2-point play sheet and all that.
Yeah.
But that is very basic. That does not go deep into the nuance of it like Dave's talking about. But I still think you're going to run into you're still going to run, especially when you're a football guy, right? Like as an offensive lineman, I'm a center, right? So much of football, and I was doing this up at the Husky Duck game. If you sit and watch a game with me, and you're interested, like I'll have a conversation with, I was sitting next to my buddy's kid, and some people are really fascinated by this, but I'll have a conversation with someone as we're watching the game. And I'll be like, hey, a lot of audibles and checks is merely just counting. It's just numbers. So you come up in modern day football, it's as simple as counting the box. If a team has 6 in the box, we're going to audible to a run. If a team has 7, we're throwing the ball. Or in the case of let's say we have a run to the left, we start at the middle linebacker, and again, we count. I got middle linebacker, I got 2 DNs, and the other linebackers walked off. They got 3. We've got 3. We're going to run that ball every time. And I think that is, as an offensive lineman, if you told me, and I looked at that, and I said, I've got a guard, a tackle, me, right? I got 3 of us, and I got Bo Nix and a running back, and they only have a defensive lineman, a defensive tackle, and a middle linebacker that are within 4 yards of the ball. I would tell you 100% we will get 2 yards. There is no way that they can stop this. And I am always going to want to run the ball. But you know what I can't predict? The left tackle whiffing. I can't predict the defensive tackle just splitting my double team and making me look like an asshat and dropping my running back for a 3-yard loss. And that's the weird part about the game. The numbers for me would tell me I run that ball every time. But that is only if I do my job, the guard does his job, the tackle does his job, the defensive end doesn't make a Herculean play, or the running back doesn't make the wrong read and try to cut it back.
Well, and therein lies down pressure.
Yes.
Where Dave was talking about 4th downs, guys are more prone to mistakes.
Amen.
So, really interesting.
Yeah, it is a very nuanced conversation, and it is never going to be an easy decision.
No, it isn't, and that's what the coaches get paid a lot of money to do, is make those calls.
Yeah.
And they're going to do that how they see fit. I do think to bring it back to Lanning, he did say today, and I heard those quotes, and we'll play those later. he said it's Oregon is almost too scripted with Dan Lanning. Dan Lanning is almost too prepared. If that sounds silly, it kind of is. But what I'm saying is he said all of the stuff we decided to do, we decided prior to the game.
Made up my mind.
Maybe Dan Lanning is now maybe to galvanize like what, how does he change? Maybe it's he will be more flexible in the game based on the situation as opposed to everything that they prepared for. Because Lanning's talked about this before with us, and I think it's fascinating. He's the only coach I've ever heard that does it. I'm sure more do it, but he's the only one that talks about it. They go through he and his coaches sit down and they go through the entire game. Simulated game every week. And some coaches play the other team and they do adjustments and they do the whole thing. So they're prepared for everything almost to, it sounds like for him, almost to a stubborn fault. Where he's like, they decided they were going to be aggressive because Washington's offense is so dang good. You got to get 7s and not 3s. And he didn't waver from that. Well, it turns out the way that game was going, maybe you should have wavered from that. Right? So maybe that right there, that's the change.
That's where an adjustment gets made.
So somehow I'm going to try to formulate a question into that.
Good luck
for Thursday. Well, I mean, it's what we do. He's cool about it. Like
he is not a red ass when it comes to those.
And
things.
I think it's on everybody's mind. So I mean, and that's why we bring him on. So Dan Lanning will be on Thursday at 4. We got a short segment next. Then in the news on the Fan.
It's time for Building a Winner. A look at the athletes, coaches, and teams putting it together. Built by Sherway Building Centers.
La entrega, el Juan, ahí está Texas, Juan engañando las diagonales. El número 4 dice, aquí estamos y no nos vamos. Wow, vaya jugada, vaya engaño. Qué manera de abrirse el mar rojo para Dak Prescott. 6 puntos para la causa de los vaqueros.
I don't know.
What was happening there?
That was
no idea.
the Spanish radio call last night. They got booted into the main press box. So that was them calling the game.
Yeah, I saw something like that. They were amongst the. So if you were trying to be a beat reporter for so and so, you may have been sitting next to that.
Right next to that.
The Hispanic radio call
Or the Cowboys radio.
Been awesome.
Of Cowboys Chargers.
The Spanish language broadcast is always better and more exciting.
Sherway Building Centers, your locally owned outdoor project and remodeling store. Start your project today at Sherway.com.
Yeah.
Times every morning.
Oh, yeah. Goes without saying, right?
It's one of the 50 newspapers.
The print edition, you get it airmailed to you?
No, don't be silly. I read it online, seattletimes.com. Two things. One was they were talking about McMillan, the Washington wide receiver,
Yeah.
who tweeted that Penix, and there's video of Penix freestyle rapping over on the sideline. Did you see that?
I did not.
Yeah, they showed it actually on the ESPN broadcast. I
Did
didn't
they?
catch it at the time, but there's a viral clip going around now about it, and McMillan confirms it, that on the sideline as Washington was losing to Oregon, they zoom in on Penix over there, and
He's
there's
just loosey-goosey.
well, he's rapping.
Well, his mouth is moving like he's talking, but he's kind of
But
bobbing
he's
his head in
bobbing his
rhythm,
head,
and
yeah.
you don't realize it then. And so somebody tweeted, "Looks like my man's out there freestyling in the biggest moment of a game." And then McMillan goes, "Yeah, he was freestyling."
They said he was rapping about the comeback.
Yeah, about how they're going to come back and win, and they were down 4.
Which
at that
is
point.
pretty pimp.
Yeah, I mean,
if you ask me,
that goes back to the old my favorite story about like the being calm and cool is the Joe Montana Super Bowl story. When they beat Cincinnati and they had to drive whatever it was 85, 90 yards. I think it was like Randy Cross, the old lineman, was telling the story about how he was crapping his pants. They're just sitting there staring, and it's not like the Niners were lighting them up or anything, and they're like, what are we gonna do? Like, oh crap. And Montana's in the huddle and goes, hey, look, it's John Candy.
Yeah, they got to go 88 yards. Montana gets down on a knee and he goes, hey, is that John Candy over there? And then everyone's like, what?
And it's just that idea of like in the most tense moments, the down pressure, as Dave's talking about it, you got some guys that are just like, hey, man, I got this.
The other thing they were talking about on there is you said this on our show Monday because you said you talked to one of the Husky coaches.
Yeah.
But I don't think many fans know how close Michael Penix was to being out of that game.
It was bad.
They said that in this article in the Seattle Times, they said Dylan Morris, and Kalen DeBoer's talked about it since, but
he was going.
Dylan Morris was coming into the game, and they said that Penix literally ran out of the tent, got the play call, and ran into the game. Nobody said a word. They just like, okay, that's our guy, let him go. And so I don't know how many fans know that. I don't know how big of a deal it is now. But boy, they almost it was cramps, right?
Yeah, I think he got hit, and then it started to cramp like in his sides and his gut and like into his back.
Yeah.
He was having like spasms to where
because it came right after that big sack, right, where he got drilled. So Oregon almost knocked him out of the game,
and he couldn't. And so those two drives where it was basically 3 and outs. They didn't know if he could throw the ball, which is one of the reasons why they got down in the fourth down, the couple runs down to the goal line. Is they were concerned. They were concerned with all the bodies around him that he was going to be able to make a real accurate pass in those tight windows. So, yeah, that game could have gone the other way. And I don't know if he went in the tent. And look, I don't like to speculate on medical care, but
well, he probably got a painkiller injection, right?
Injection, or he got some. See, he got some needles, he got some pills or whatever. Because
it's football.
Because then as the
needle would work faster. Right?
Yeah, and then as it went on, obviously he started feeling.
Like, fine.
He started feeling a little better.
2 plays, touchdown.
Some Toradol was injected, and next thing you know, you can move.
I need some of that stuff.
Look, turns out Toradol it destroys your liver and kidneys, but you have never felt anything. Well, I mean, maybe you're into heroin, but of the stuff they've administered, you've never felt better sooner than a Toradol shot. I just call it ice water through your veins. You go from you don't think you can walk to 10 minutes later, you're like, what, dude, this is amazing. Yeah, let's
I'm not even hurt at all.
Let's do some jazzercise. Then like an hour after the game, you're like, and I'm dead.
Hey, Coin 6 has your ticket to the NFL on CBS this Sunday. Buffalo visits New England at 10, and then at 1:30, Chargers head to Kansas City. Preview all the day's games starting at 9 a.m. with the NFL Today on Coin 6. In the news is coming up next, is Damian Lillard a deadbeat dad? We investigate.
Hey-o.
Here's Buck.
Now,
It is October 17, 2023. It's time now for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Today is Forgive an Ex Day.
Oh, there you go.
Do you have an ex that you would like to forgive?
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
I don't. I hate them all. I'm not forgiving any. No, I'm just kidding.
I have no ill will.
Is this a Damian Lillard segue?
I wish everyone the.
Oh, that's interesting.
I wish everyone the best.
It wasn't, but I guess now you could make it.
Yeah,
a
you could.
Segue. It is also National Mulligan Day. Would you like a mulligan on anything?
Maybe a mulligan on an X, right? I mean, you're like, whoops,
Yeah.
sorry about that one.
Yeah, I made a few mistakes.
I will take as many golf mulligans as you will give me.
I had a couple butter hogs in my day.
Yeah, it happens to the best. My track record is.
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs.
Speaks for itself.
But they were fun, though.
Yeah.
Memorable.
As a wise man once said, you know, you just cast your net. Sometimes you catch fresh young tuna, other times it's an old boot. You're just grateful that the sea gives you another day to go out and fish.
It is the last. Okay, so this week, the week we're in right now, this week,
Yeah.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they say will be the last few days of 70-degree weather for the year.
Yeah, and then we're back in the chillies.
But isn't that exciting? We get 70 degrees.
Yeah. No rain.
Prior to Halloween.
Had a dry walk this morning for the first time in a week.
Close to Halloween. Yeah, it was nice. Nice day out there today.
Yeah, wasn't too shabby.
Shockingly nice.
Yeah. Although I'm here to report on my morning walk.
Report it.
I'm terrified because the white supremacist 3%er neighborhoods down the road from me, along now with their 9 cars dune buggy and 1960s Mercedes RV, they've now added the creepiest looking like U-Haul truck you've ever seen, and they're welding some sort of metal cage to it. It's terrifying. I don't even want to know. I have
a few ideas.
Me too. You seen the Righteous Gemstones? It's the first thing I thought. I'm like, why are we welding a metal cage around this? Why? 9 cars, a dune buggy, the RV, and now
Why don't you walk the other way? I think you should walk the other way.
Yeah.
Gotta see what's up.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, you
I'm kind of fascinated by what's happening over there, and I don't walk
They're gonna recruit you.
I don't walk it every day, but it is the best path to get in the full walk that I want to go on. And so it had been maybe a week or two since I had been by that house. And what did I see today? The U-Haul truck being welded, a big metal cage on it. So
You might find yourself in that cage before too long.
I'll tell you
pal.
what, man, something's going down at that place. You got a Ruby Ridge situation.
Someone asked, did Damian Lillard call 1-800-DIVORCE? I don't know, but he should have. Those guys are great.
And he filed the divorce. He filed for the divorce.
They would have helped him.
Yeah.
Is he a deadbeat dad? His wife, Kayla, has filed for sole custody of their offspring, of which they have 3.
I saw the complaint, or not the complaint, but her filing. He doesn't sound deadbeat dad. She just made it sound like he's a busy guy.
She said that she has always been the sole decision maker for the kids due to his travel and his career, which that makes sense.
Makes total sense.
And she says that they are with her full time now. She claims that after he moved out in October of 2022, he would occasionally see the kids for 30 minutes to an hour a few times a week. And then she said, did you see what she said about the Family Man brand?
Oh, yeah, that she was helping propel
Here's her quote. She said, I also understand that the brand, Damian Lillard, needs to continue with an image of a family man.
Yeah.
Despite our separation for several months, I have continued to support that image to the public. End quote.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Look, is there everything that ends poorly, otherwise it wouldn't end.
That's right.
So, is anyone surprised that the multi-millionaire jet-setting athlete that is not the day-to-day daycare attendant, whatever you want to call it, of his kids? Is there any athlete that is the day-to-day caretaker of his kids?
Well, but she's saying it's all a ruse.
Well,
the fake brand of Damian Lillard.
Look, anyone that has been around Portland long enough knows that someone likes the ladies.
You're making me uncomfortable.
That is a terrible kept secret.
You piece of garbage!
And allow me to say this again. What multi-millionaire star athlete doesn't like the ladies?
They're not all created equal. Let's not make excuses. Damian Lillard presents himself as a family man. it is clear that he is not.
I think it's really sexy.
I think that is a very unfair statement.
Guys, move on.
He loves his kids, and just because his
I
wife
didn't say he didn't love him.
because his
Not
wife
breaking news,
takes the
dude.
kids to the doctor. I also saw in there too that she claims that she takes the kids with nannies everywhere she goes. Let's not act like she's taking care of it. She's like, well, I arrange with the nannies and the workers to get the kids where they need to go.
No, I think this whole Damian Lillard thing was all a bit.
Yeah, you're not getting me to crap talk that guy.
You guys fell for it.
Ain't gonna be no buddy stuff.
I am a big Damian Lillard guy through and through.
Yeah, you're a homer.
Again, I
Deadbeat.
sticking by my man Dame. Although it was very weird to see him in a Bucks uniform.
Are you seeing a green substance in the mighty Willamette?
I am.
Are
yeah,
you?
Yeah, it looks like hell. You haven't seen this?
Well, yeah, it looks like the slime from Nickelodeon.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Willamette.
Officials say, don't worry about it.
Yeah, you're fine. I don't trust that. They're saying it's just some vegetation.
trust who?
They're just saying some vegetation that like broke loose in the rain.
Toxic algae bloom.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. That's not what they're saying.
Nope, it's not a toxic algae bloom.
Yeah.
That's what. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Because when we were out in the summer, we rented a boat one time, and we were not allowed to go in the water because of
the toxic algae.
And they're saying this is not that; it's just gross floating leaves and debris.
I'm go to that lake.
You know.
So you're buying that?
I don't know, but
Because
I'm
we
not,
don't believe anything anybody says anymore.
look.
so.
How about this? It's the middle of October. Guess where I'm not going? The middle of the Willamette.
I'm gonna swim right through it tonight, just to prove.
Just a dog paddle. Why don't you take a big old gulp of it while you're at it?
Yeah, they said the DEQ was on the case, and they took the green substance over to their place with toxicologists from the OHA, the Oregon Health Authority. See, this is why you pay all those taxes.
There you go.
They're all over this.
And they say we're
They
all
send the
fine.
SWAT team,
Yeah, they're saying
and they
don't-
determined that the stuff was not algae or related to any cyanotoxins. Cyanotoxins.
Sure.
Not
not
gonna harm you.
Yeah.
Toxins. It appears to be aquatic plants that were likely dislodged by recent rains in the area. Floating aquatic plants are not considered toxic, said Susan Mills, public affairs specialist with DEQ. Can you imagine that job? You are the spokesperson for DEQ.
This is like the one year finally this happens. You're like, yes, my time to shine.
It's their Super Bowl.
Crisis.
Like the rat czar.
Yeah.
This is my time.
Exactly.
All right. The greatest Airbnb hosts in the United States are in Oregon. That's next on The Fan.
You can count on me.
It's time for Who Can You Count On? The players, coaches, and teams who come through in the clutch. Brought to you by Henco Plumbing.
First sack of the night. Herbert gets rid of it, and he's picked. Intercepted by the Cowboys. The catch is good.
Here's your chance.
Well, look, this one I actually don't put entirely on him. He got
A positive note that there is a Airbnb listing in Staten on the Santiam River.
Okay. Can't say I've ever been.
And the couple that are the hosts of this particular Airbnb were they were given the title of most hospitable host in the world.
What does that entail?
In the country.
In the country?
Yeah, so they are the most hospitable hosts on Airbnb in the United States. And the reason they won that, they were given that title, is they have 100% five-star ratings in the cleanliness, check-in, and communication categories. Additionally, they only recognize listings with more than 100 reviews. And they were 100% on everything.
Interesting. Well,
apparently they are, or 5-star on everything. Apparently they are badass. Their names are Cindy and Tim Hill.
Way to go, Cindy and Tim.
Yes.
Because
So hospitable of
as someone that loves the Airbnb,
Nice people.
I do that more so than I do hotels. A good Airbnb host, worth its weight in gold. Because if you get a bad one, that is a nightmare.
Well, you got to get the superhost.
Yes.
You know, I mean, the superhost, they are required to be more attentive to your needs.
I have no doubts Mr. and Mrs. Hill are superhosts, even
Well,
super
no
duper
question.
hosts.
And a lot of times too, I don't even mind if you just make it simple and then just leave me alone. But sometimes you get the you get the person that's just up your ass about your offense, and no one wants that. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, there's a fine line there.
Yeah.
They moved to their residence in 2015. They finished building a cabin next door in the year following, and they began renting out their property just a week before the big eclipse in 2017. And ever since, guests have been raving about it. They said they have a bunch of experience as bartenders and in retail and grocery and servers and things, and that's what makes them so hospitable. The service industry background.
There you go.
They said they never expected, though, their listing to become so popular. They said, we were totally surprised. We had no idea there was such a thing, and especially not for the whole country. We do our best to keep it as spotless as possible and as nice as possible. Mainly, we just want to spoil our guests just like we would want to be if we were somewhere.
Tip of the cap. Tip of the cap.
416 listings.
And not one, all 5 stars.
5-star ratings, yep.
That's impressive.
It's crazy. And they said that the amenities there, it's an art studio, rain shower, and heated floors are some of the cabin's best amenities there. On the
A nice
Santa.
heated floor is.
It is nice.
That's a nice.
And I
little,
love the rain shower too. That's really nice.
Yeah, outside during the summer.
Well, I think don't they just mean like the?
You mean the type of shower
just the
head.
shower head?
Oh.
that you just stand under it.
I
and
thought
it's
you meant like because sometimes like those like in cabins they'll have the outdoor. That,
Those
like,
are nice.
The rainwater collects.
Well,
in.
they might have that too. They said that they offer waterfront views, kayaking, and rafting.
Okay. Well, it seems.
I
Lovely.
want to go. I want to book it.
You won't, but
Let's book it.
Seems lovely.
Let's go. Down there in Salem.
Never been.
So close to Salem.
Well, I've been to Salem.
I'm on a vacation to Salem.
No, you're not.
It's gonna be great.
No, it won't.
We can go to that lake.
That you may do.
I'm gonna go to that lake.
Just be careful of the toxic algae bloom.
During the news for October
17th.
17th. Wow. 2023. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. The Blazers wrap up the preseason. We have an NFL signing. What sport made the Olympics? And an update on Ducks injuries, all next on The Fan.
Made to Shine. Real stories from Shane Company customers.
Welcome back. Hope you guys are having a nice little Tuesday. I know we are in here. We've had a good show so far. You missed Dave Bartu, who was dropping the hammer on some hot analytics stats.
Rob's going to break down this Tampa Bay Lightning Buffalo Sabres game coming up next.
I took the Sabres tonight, and clearly I know my hockey because they're already up 2-0.
Did you really?
Were you aware that the NHL season had started?
That's my team. Yeah, because we talked about Connor Bedard.
Oh, that is true.
Going up against Sidney Crosby.
There you go. God, your hockey.
Who's actually a male.
Your hockey is so on point.
Sidney Crosby does kind of sound like a hot.
Yeah.
Like Sidney Crosby could be a TikTok star alongside Liddy Dunn.
Why can't Sidney Crosby be a hot? He's a good-looking man. Buck, it's 2023.
That's
Don't
true.
judge.
That's true.
Him.
He's a good-looking.
Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking hots in the way that we use the word on this program. Yeah.
Well,
my
guys,
first place Detroit Red Wings, by the way.
And we spelled program, P-R-O-G-U-M. Damn it. We had sports guest Dave Bartu. Now, this would be a good time for me to tell you that if you miss any of our broadcast, you can go find The Fan on demand via the Service Patriots podcasts. Service Patriots is your home comfort solution for all of your heating and air conditioning needs. Check out the latest special offers for our listeners at servicepatriots.com/thefan. And I would say, if you are just tuning in and you missed Dave, and you are you're just interested in football and Dan Lanning's decisions and the Ducks and that whole thing, go back and listen to what Dave was saying. It's very enlightening.
You need to learn about down pressure.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, all 4 hours now of every show.
Yeah.
On YouTube.
Yep.
So you can find this. You can find Dirt and Sprague, Danny and Dusty, all of us.
Even our breaks.
Which is kind of weird, but you know.
So you can sit and watch us look at our phones.
Yeah, do nothing.
Or pick our nose.
Yeah, whatever.
But yeah, it's on YouTube. I think you got to subscribe or something.
No, you just go to YouTube. You can click subscribe.
We would like for you to subscribe.
You should subscribe.
Mash the You got after every YouTube video, you have to be like, mash the subscribe button.
That's what everybody
like, comment,
tells
and
me.
subscribe, bro.
Yeah.
Every time I'm watching something on YouTube, that's what they tell me.
Hit the subscribe button.
And I never do it.
Well, you son of a bitch.
You smash that
You're
like
getting
button.
that content for free.
Yeah.
Smash the subscribe and like. Well, either way.
I don't think it matters.
Whether you do it or not, we're on YouTube now.
Yeah, it's
you
great.
can stream our show.
You can look at us.
There you go.
What else? Oh, sports guest tomorrow, Ross Dellinger, Yahoo Sports at 3:15. He will walk us through how Oregon and Washington to the Big Ten happened.
Yeah, pretty much the whole thing has been laid out now. And we even know what...
so we don't need to have him on?
Well, no, but he'll walk you through it. But like all the details have come out at this point, including which university had the idiot professor that came up with the $50 million number.
I also saw him today reporting on the congressional hearings
Yes.
where they were weighing in on NIL.
Oh my God.
The quotes coming out of there
It's
were
unbelievable.
horrible.
We are so stupid. This reminds me, if you don't know right now, they're doing the hearings on whether or not the government needs to get involved in NIL. And this reminds me of when we did the whole steroid thing. Remember Biden was up there claiming that the reason why he wasn't in professional sports is because of steroids.
Yeah.
Idiot. And then there was a Waxman. That moron was leading the whole thing.
Waxman. I forgot about that
This
guy.
jackwagon.
Alive or dead?
No, he's probably alive.
Henry Waxman.
Looks like a rat. And the one today is, I swear to God, the very first person to speak went in on Israel and Palestine. I S you not, the very first question about NIL was students on campuses protesting the Israeli-Palestinian thing.
Yeah,
Because nothing says NIL like a couple 1,000-year-old conflict in the Middle East. Great. Way to keep it on script.
Waxman, alive.
Yeah. But is he still doing government?
No.
Yeah.
No, he's retired.
He's out being a
But
weasel somewhere.
He's in his 80s. All right. Well, this hour we will. I think I can galvanize the Justin Herbert discussion from earlier. I was thinking about that because we were talking about that earlier in our broadcast.
Yeah.
We're going to pick that back up this hour because we have NFL Week 6 widgets.
Ooh, I love a good widget.
We haven't gotten to the NFL yet.
No, we haven't.
We're so college
We've been
heavy
dealing
here.
with a lot of S.
Tonight in the club, we will tackle the biggest problem on the internet, and I have more airplane doo-doo news.
Oh man,
Did you guys see this?
There's more airline doo-doo.
Yep.
Oh, that's no good.
Remember that whole?
Oh, I think we all remember that. Everyone, apparently you though, are willing to plow through it.
Well, no. If you're already if you're already flying,
Yeah,
yes.
Isaac wants to get to Spain.
That's right. Let's get to the destination. Now, this one, we'll see if you would turn the plane around for this one.
But I'm interested in the biggest problem on the internet. That could be so many things.
Yeah, what do you think it is?
I don't know. I'm racking my brain though. The biggest problem on the internet? There's so many.
Yeah. How about the biggest problem on the internet is just internet?
It is?
How about that?
You sound 8 million years old.
Back in my day.
Internet.
I am wearing a crew neck sweatshirt, so there you go.
There were 2 old men yelling at the clouds today that I couldn't get enough of. One was Danny White of the Cowboys.
The great cowboy, Danny White?
Yeah, he's just such an old surly bastard. I heard a clip of him talking about player contracts and I think he was talking about in reference to C.D. Lamb or something.
God.
You know him.
This is bitter because Danny White didn't make any money.
And then the other one was Michael Cooper, who didn't like LeBron James eating on the bench, which every once in a while, the old man yelling at the clouds, most of the time it's an eye roll, but then every once in a while you find yourself agreeing with them.
Really?
Yeah, that's right.
That's a problem?
Well,
eating on the bench?
I like what Cooper said about it.
What's wrong with eating on the bench?
The Sanchez got skewered for that hot dog, remember?
Oh, for God's sakes, it's a preseason game.
Well, I don't know. I don't think you should. I think that's bad.
I don't know. Why is it bad? Like I'm gonna need a
something-
further explanation.
There's just some things you don't do on the bench.
This isn't the first time that LeBron's snacking went viral either. He also once blew up because he brought his own Ziploc bag with snacks to summer league games that he was attending.
But people eat power bars
You
and
think
stuff
his
on
wife packed that for him?
No doubt.
Oh, some orange slices. But people eat protein bars all the time on the bench.
In his little lunchbox.
So how is that?
He was eating his dinner. That's different.
So that's different. So a protein bar to fuel you up, fine.
Right.
But like a hot dog, bad?
When you bring out the New York strip medium rare, it's a little bit
Yeah,
off-putting.
come on, dude. You pulling out your cutlery and tucking in your napkin into your shirt?
Well, you want him to spill? Come on.
God. Go up to the sweet level. You know you want to. You want to be down there with your teammates.
No, not really.
All right, it's time now, though, guys, for the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victoricos.com. Number 5.
Well, your Blazers have wrapped the preseason without a win against an NBA team for the second year in a row.
Hey, but they
Hope
had
you're
that
proud.
They had that big win over the Breakers. Kidding me? Who cares?
Well, that's not an NBA team, technically. Like a
It's good enough.
big boy team.
I call it a win.
The season opens next week.
Yeah,
I will. That on your radar?
Over under win total, something like that?
I will be very interested to see
we'll talk
how
about it next
long anyone pays attention. Because it should be a pretty fun team up and down, but look, if this team is as bad as people think it's going to be, like how long before there's 8,000 people in that arena?
Rockets trading Kevin Porter Jr. and 2 second-round picks to Oklahoma City for Victor Oladipo and Jeremiah Robinson Earl. Oladipo, by the way, dealt for a 6th time. Porter will be released amid assault allegations from an ex-girlfriend. The Thunder will still have to pay him close to $17 million.
Yikes.
That's U.S. dollars.
17 million. Boy, those guaranteed damn contracts.
See, that's what Danny White was griping about. Although he had it wrong that in the NFL they're guaranteed. They're not.
They are not.
But that's what he was saying.
But I'll bet you he's bitter because Danny White did not make $17 million of his entire career, and this cat here gets $17 million for doing nothing.
Flag football has been added to the Olympics.
Boy, you want to talk about the dumbest thing that's going in the Olympics? I give you flag football.
What? This is great.
Really?
Yes. Look at you pooping you poop all over everything. This is fantastic.
Why?
Because we're going to be so good at it. Like with our quarterback.
Who?
Riddle me this. Who's going to play?
Let's get what's Jeremiah Masoli doing?
Well, it's just, shouldn't you want someone that can throw?
Well, but who's also like playing for Spain and Russia and Argentina and those teams that you compete against on the world stage?
Just another gold, baby.
Stat so we should now just find things that are uniquely American and put them in the Olympics?
Well, that's what they're doing. They're saying they're doing this to showcase iconic American sports because this is for the LA games in 2028.
Hold on.
So they've also added baseball, softball, lacrosse, squash, and not American, but cricket.
Yeah, we're not going to win cricket.
No, I know. That's why I threw it in
Yeah.
last. Baseball, softball, flag football.
Yeah, because nothing says iconic like flag football.
God, you're a bite in the ass. You might as well be Danny White.
Flag football.
Free agent wide receiver Julio Jones has signed with the Eagles on a 1-year deal, reunited with former Titans teammate A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it didn't work out so well when he was down in Tampa, but I mean,
there we go. Tim Tebow, flag football quarterback.
Again,
we can't lose.
Shouldn't we want someone that can throw the football?
Yeah, Tim I want nowhere near that field.
I'll bet you there's some we're gonna have a bunch of like semi-pro bros that played like in college that
Hell
can
yeah.
probably sling it around, or like
that's right,
like 5-6 dudes that are just speed
Dudes who have a
burners.
couple 7-on-7 trophies in their back
There
pocket.
you go.
Knee sprain for Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence, although he thinks he will play. They play Thursday night in New Orleans.
He said he's very, very confident he's going to go.
Niners say Christian McCaffrey has avoided serious injury. He has that oblique, but could play Monday night against the Vikings.
Yeah, they said all of the Niners that were hurt, including Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, they're saying they think there's a chance they all play.
Debo Samuel as well. Ducks cornerback Jalil Florence back at practice. Dan Lanning says he'll be fine. Washington State next up for them on Saturday.
Good, because the Cougs can sling it around. Cougs licking their wounds after 2 straight drubbings, but that'd be a test for the Oregon secondary.
Well, Arizona gave up, or they scored 6 on Arizona.
Yeah.
I also saw Brandon Dorless say today that Cam Ward's his least favorite quarterback in the conference to play again because the dude, he said, quote, the dude drops back like 13 yards and plays backyard football.
Look, I'm just saying, emotional game, with UW, just be careful. One of those trap situations.
Beavers take a break this week. They're 6-1, ranked 12th. Next up for them is a night game in Tucson against Arizona on the 28th. The once deep Huskies receiving core getting thinned out. Both Jalen McMillan and Jeremy Bernard likely out for their game against Arizona State.
Is that at ASU?
Good question, Wheels.
I think it's probably at home because last year was at ASU. I'm just remember, their dreams died last year in the desert. They lost to a walk-on, third-string quarterback at Arizona State, and that kept them out of the Pac-12 title game and a shot at the college football playoff.
Husky Stadium night game, 7:30.
Yeah, just big
Or is
win.
that Eastern? Maybe it's a 4:30 game.
I don't know. Maybe Pac-12 after dark.
One game in the CSs tonight, and it is NL action. The Phillies hosting the D-Bags, already up a game in the series. Aaron Nola against Merrill Kelly. Last night, Nick Castellanos joined Reggie Jackson as the only players in postseason history to homer 5 times in 3 playoff games.
He's from the number 7 slot, too. That guy is just mashing. Harper hit one. Schwarber hit one.
The Phillies have 12 bombs in their last 3 games. The ALCS takes tonight off. The Rangers are up 2-0 on the cheating Astros. Game 3 is tomorrow. Now, the Rangers are just a couple of games from actually sweeping their way into the World Series. Last team to do that?
I don't know.
My Kansas City Royals.
Really? The Royals swept their way in?
They did. They lost the World Series
Yeah.
to the Giants, but in 2014.
I can't say I knew that.
The other team to do that recently was the 2007 Colorado Rockies. They ended up getting swept in the World Series by the Red Sox. That Colorado Rocky team did not lose a game in the playoffs until that World Series.
Interesting.
And they got swept.
Scherzer on the bump tomorrow for the Rangers.
Victoricos Mexican food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Order now at victoricos.com. They bring you the Hot 5 at 5. We'll get to our NFL Week 6 widgets, including a follow-up on the little anxious Asian Charger fan lady.
I have some Viking news about her, too.
Well,
but she's clarified.
I think that's what I was teasing. I think we have the same bit of news we're going to present to you. I'll let Suk do it.
No.
He's the show contributor. Bring the noise. Is she a fake fan?
Oh no.
Fake news.
The definitive answer next on The Fan.
Yeah.
some NFL Week 6 widgets. Talk about the Seahawks coming up. But first things first, the most important news. And we have got the lowdown on Sook's new love affair, the viral Charger fan.
She is married, but I think she's willing to throw it all away for me.
The little Asian lady.
Little Asian lady.
Boy, wasn't she adorable.
She was. Although the ugly rumor that she was a plant.
Yeah. Well, no one believes anything anymore.
No.
You know? And I totally get why, but sometimes it goes a little far.
By the way, the Phillies just hit another one.
Yeah, Trey Turner bomb.
Oh, you're ahead of me now.
Just an absolute moonshot.
Hey, Trey Turner just hit a home run.
1-0 Phils.
Her name is Marianne Doe, and we were talking earlier about how, because she was on Pat McAfee show, TMZ caught up with her. Like she's out there making the rounds today.
Yeah,
because she went so viral. And but there was a photo of her also in Chargers gear.
No, photo.
I'm sorry,
Vikings
gear. She had a Vikings jersey and face paint on.
Because it came out earlier today that her and her husband are indeed season ticket holders to the Chargers. They rent that same like cabana suite, which means they obviously are doing pretty well. And and she was like, "Hey, here's my name. I am indeed a fan," because it really was a big thing where people were like, "There's no way that girl's real." Why? Because the Chargers can't have a super fan?
Well, in
it was more odd that the broadcast kept going back to this one singular person that no one knew, and we're riding with her every emotion. I feel like that doesn't happen as much.
That wasn't odd. It was amazing. I wanted to see more of her because she was captivating.
Yes.
She was so intense and so into the game. That's any good cameraman's going to go back to that.
But so much so that it seemed fake, and that's why we're talking about it today.
Yeah, no, I get it. Look, people don't believe anything anymore. Sometimes it goes a little far. She's a real fan.
Yes.
And what we have found out now is that she grew up in Minnesota, so she is like many people who grow up in one place and are a fan of a team, but then move to a city and are in a city for a long time and become a fan of the local team.
Yeah, she said she's been in L.A. or whatever for like 20 years. She's a Charger fan, but she goes, yeah, I still love my Vikings, which is totally legit.
Yeah, so she grew up a Viking fan, but now she's a Charger fan, and how she's not dead of sadness, I have no idea. Being a fan of both of those teams, good grief.
Yeah, you have been...
Poor lady.
I was going to say you've repeatedly been kicked in the, the tidbits, but I mean, maybe she's been kicked in the lady bits. Either way, it doesn't feel good.
It does not.
No.
All right, well, the Seahawks blew another one.
Yeah, thank you.
I say another one.
Well, thank you for reminding me, because some of us had Seattle in a big play there to beat Cincinnati, and all they had to do to beat the crappy-ass Bengals is not throw red zone interceptions.
Hey, those crappy-ass Bengals, 500 at the bye somehow.
They don't.
Yeah, they're weird.
They're
not good.
I don't think they are either, but somehow 500.
Isn't that, like, to bring it back to the Chargers discussion, do you think that's more Burrow or do you think that's more coaching? Because we were talking earlier about the Chargers, and I see where you come from with why Justin Herbert escapes criticism and it's always on Staley. But Cincinnati's maybe a good example of a team with a legitimate quarterback, much like the Chargers, but they win more because they have good coaching.
Although,
do you agree with that?
Well,
or
I don't know, because Zach Taylor was viewed as a bum before Joe Burrow, kicked it into high gear. Let's not act like Zach Taylor is some sort of great coach.
Well, I think, he's a good coach. He got him to the Super Bowl.
Did he, or did Joe Burrow and those receivers get him to the Super Bowl?
This is the question. The question is, I think Cincinnati's a pretty good example. Comparing Cincinnati to the Chargers is a pretty good comparison, right?
Sure.
Like, because you have young coaches. Zach Taylor, how many years did he have without Burrow? One? One or two?
No, I think it was just the year that Burrow got hurt. I think they came at the same time.
Okay, so I don't think there was any sort of verdict on him at all before Burrow. So his wagon has been hitched to Burrow, much like Staley to Herbert. But the Chargers, I don't know, just watching both teams play, the Chargers just kind of suck. They make mistakes that are bad team mistakes. We all watch bad teams play, and it's just nauseating. The Bengals, they're really weird. They don't really do that, but they're also not great.
No, I mean, so much of what Burrow has done these years have been with a porous O-line. He gets hit as much as anyone in the league. and yet he kind of finds a way. And I guess that's all I'm saying about.
So that's Burrow to you and not coaching?
No, I think that's Joe Burrow. And to me, when I look at Justin Herbert, physically, Herbert's better than Burrow. He has more talent than he does, and his numbers are great. But this is all I'm saying about Herbert is I just feel like we just constantly make excuses for him. But the Chargers are a good team. The Chargers roster, I believe, is better than Cincinnati's roster.
They should be a good team.
They should be a good team.
But they're not.
But they're not. And to me, if you really have an elite quarterback is supposed to mask some of those things. And I'm not trying to say that any coach has done Justin Herbert any sort of great favors, but how many coaches and OCs do we have to go through? And they're in all these games, and it just feels like they're always coming up a dollar short. And if we're saying Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert, to me, it's not even close. And yet Herbert's the one guy in the league that somehow is beyond criticism. If some of the games that fell short, like last night, I don't even count that last interception really on him. That was a pressure thing, and it would have been fourth and forever, and he just kind of threw one up. It was right in his face. But again, it was an interception that sealed the game. And how many times do we see no nuance when it comes to a quarterback? You throw an interception to seal your fate when you're trying to tie or win a game, we bury you. And whether it's Dak Prescott, whether it's Kirk Cousins, whether it's Derek Carr, I'm trying to think of other good, not like, bad quarterbacks, but just good quarterbacks. We do this with Josh Allen last year. Josh Allen had a lot of bad red zone picks, and we wanted to rake Josh Allen over the coals and ask, with Dable gone, is there something wrong with Josh Allen? But with Herbert, we're not allowed to have that conversation. He is beyond reproach. And all I'm saying is I find that fascinating because that is a position that takes too much blame and it takes too much praise. But with Herbert, for whatever reason, the praise just comes. And at some point, it's going to run out. And you have to ask the question, as talented as he is he more Kirk Cousins than he is Joe Burrow?
Well, I think the reason it's that way with just sort of the rhetoric around him is because, like, for example, would you want the Chargers with Herbert or, say, Atlanta with Ritter?
Well, yeah, like I want nothing to do with Ritter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think this is the point. Quarterbacks are so important in this league that no one is really going to blame him because Herbert is undoubtedly a top 10 quarterback in the league.
Oh, without question.
So once teams have a top 10 quarterback in for their team, people always look elsewhere for blame because they know how rare it is to have a quarterback that good. It can't possibly be his fault, right? So there are teams that are the exact opposite of the Chargers who don't have the Justin Herbert, but still, manage to fight and claw anyway. One of them would be Atlanta, who is, I don't think Arthur Smith is bad. I think their quarterback's just god-awful.
I would tend to agree.
The Jets,
he's not the guy.
The Jets are interesting. The Jets are a team that lost Aaron Rodgers and now have to go to bat with Zach Wilson. And I'll be damned.
They're 500.
If that team is not, they're hanging around.
Yep.
So when you look at things like that, when you watch the league, it's hard for me to it's easy for, let's say it this way. It's easy for me to see how people jump straight to the coaching staff and not Herbert for the Chargers. Because when you watch them play, you watch around the league, you're like, oh my God, there are a lot of teams that with terrible quarterbacks are better than the Chargers.
Sure.
And yet the Chargers with an excellent quarterback, or, call him what you will. He's not without flaw. Of course, he played a bad game last night, but he's undoubtedly a top 10 quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
That's where people point the finger elsewhere, right there.
Yeah.
Because we watch teams around this league. We watched the Giants with Daniel Jones win 10 last year?
9 or 10.
And go to the playoffs?
And won a playoff game.
Yeah, so I think that's what it is. I
think that's the part that drives me nuts.
You can call that right or wrong, but I think that's where it comes from.
And you're right. But I guess that's what drives me nuts is I just look at Herbert and I look at the numbers and I'm like, God, you are so talented. And yet it never leads anywhere. And I said at the start of this year.
You don't think that's coaching? Dude, Staley is terrible.
Some of it has to be coaching, but also like when you're that good, You should be better than this. You should not be constantly falling short. When you have a quarterback that's making $50 million a year, he has to be able to cover up some of those warts. But maybe you're right. Maybe the coaching warts are just too great to overcome. But
they're 31st in the NFL in total defense.
Exactly. Their defense is
terrible.
Atrocious. And yes, Cincinnati's is much better. But again, at the start of Burrow's career, their defense sucked too. But last night, they held the Cowboys to 10 points in the first half, and they still were down at the half. And they held the Cowboys to 20 points for the entire game, and they still lost. So
their offense was bad last night.
So even when the defense provides you with finally a performance that you can feel good about, you come up $1 short. And last night, and I'm not saying he's like this every game, because again, I don't want to turn this into I don't like Justin Herbert. As I said, I think Justin Herbert is probably a top 6 or 7 quarterback in the league. I'm just asking why he's beyond criticism.
Well, you don't think what
has he done? No, it is a very good.
That's
it is a very good point.
So to answer your question, why? That's why.
Yeah, I just wish in a game like that when he was bad, they lost that game last night largely because Justin Herbert did not show up, and I don't know.
They could have won if he played better.
They could have won if he played better.
Yeah, but they find new and creative ways to lose. Yes, that one last night is as much on Herbert as Staley. But how many times is it really on Herbert when you watch them? It's not. Dude, they first of all, their defense just is absolutely a sieve. It's the only defense worse is the Broncos.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Second, they will commit, if I had to put my life on the line, I may do it. That
dumb penalties.
If there is one team that will commit the stupidest penalty in a game, my money's on the Chargers, and I'll put my life behind it.
I can't disagree.
Dude, they will make the dumbest mistake at the worst possible time.
It certainly feels
every time. It's really incredible.
Yeah.
And I just think I think that team sucks. They lost, and quite frankly, I actually look at it the other way. I think Justin Herbert buoys them and makes them look better than they are because he has, as they showed in the fourth quarter last night, he has a stat, I forget the exact number, but he has the second most comeback wins.
Yeah, it's like
any quarterback.
It's like 14, but it's also weird because they have the most close losses of any team in the league. So it's like this duality thing.
Yeah,
maybe it is. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is just coaching. Team. But at some point,
he's a good quarterback on a bad team.
He's now at 2 head coaches, multiple OCs. At some point, it's on you. At some point, it's time to put your big boy panties on, and you're making all that money and start elevating people. That's all I'm saying. At some point, he has to shoulder some of this blame.
Well,
he has to.
The Chargers lost to the Titans.
Speaking of teams,
I want you to remember that.
Speaking of teams that appear to be going,
so their only wins
nowhere.
Their only wins are the Vikings and the Raiders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now the Jets, who don't even have a quarterback, they beat the Bills and they just beat the Eagles.
Yeah.
So there's the point right there, is that it's not really the quarterback if you have a good coach.
At some point. And maybe the next one, when Staley gets fired and you hire the next guy, hire a competent offensive coordinator.
Yes. Well, that's the question.
And a head coach and see what you can do.
The question is who is that next guy? Is it Lincoln Riley? Is it, I thought they were going to get Sean Payton.
Yeah.
But they chose to stick with Staley.
How many interceptions did Trevor Lawrence throw in the first half of their playoff game last year?
4, I think.
And who won that game?
The Jags.
I'm sorry. At some point, that's on you.
Okay, but we heard you. I'm asking who is the offensive guy for the Charger? Like who would bring out the Justin Herbert that you want to see?
Who's running a really creative offense? Go find. I guess the San Francisco's right hand guy is down in Miami.
See, I think I'd go get McDaniel.
Well,
I'd try everything I could.
Yeah, Miami's not doing that.
Well, but is there a way if he didn't like Miami, like say I just mean living?
You can trade.
And he wants to go to Southern California.
Yes,
that would be I think the thing that the Chargers have going for them is L.A.
They would have to trade,
and McDaniel could be a guy that wants to get back out west.
You would have to pay. You'd have to give up probably multiple ones to go get him.
Well, whatever it is, if that's the guy, you go get the guy.
You find a guy like what Steichen was doing before, like with the Colts. Like you just got to find a guy that's a really bright, innovative mind. And I'd have to kick that around in my head to see who that is. But yeah, your next hire has to be the sole purpose of the next hire is to tap in to Justin Herbert and take him from one of the 5 or 6 most talented quarterbacks in the league to one of these. one of the two best quarterbacks because everything you could want in a quarterback is
Yep,
there.
I agree with that.
And you see flashes of it. I just need to see it. It's reminding me more and more of what I saw at Oregon. And what did we say at Oregon? It was his coach's fault. And I just waiting for that to be shedded and just go out and be the badass that you are.
On that last comment, I agree with, because that is the way you do it in the NFL. More, that's the way teams are winning, is they're hiring the offensive guy, and then that guy hires a hammer defensive coordinator and leaves his ass alone.
Yeah.
Right? That's
By the way,
what you do.
This is the one right here, and they're right, because they run outside of San Francisco and outside of Miami. The best and most creative offense and shifts and motions and just out scheming people. It's Ben Johnson with the Lions.
Okay.
Go throw the book at Ben Johnson because he was
head coach material.
Well, he was up for jobs last year and he decided to come back to Detroit for another year. And Detroit is a legitimate Super Bowl team with Ben Johnson and that offense. So I don't know if like how he interviews or whatever, but if you want the next best offensive mind, because you're not getting Shanahan, you're not getting McDaniel, go get Ben Johnson.
I've listened to a couple of things where it's pretty widely believed that he will be the top targeted offensive coach for the next head coaching.
Go get him, pay him what he wants, and him and Herbert move in together, get a condo, whisper sweet nothings in their ear, and go out next year and score 35 a game.
Well, that was all supposed to be Seahawks talk.
Well, it's good because they cost me money and it pisses me off.
It was not Seahawks talk, but we do have a little bit of Seahawks talk.
Stop throwing INTs in the red zone.
Coming up next, it's our NFL Week 6 widgets. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update.
50 papers that I read every morning, every daily paper, And I saw a very Homerish article on the Seahawks, although they're very Homery up there. So,
well, it's the 12s, man.
They just, I don't know. This guy was saying, the secondary is healthy. They have the number 1 run defense in the league, and they have a top 10 sack rate.
Mm-hmm.
And he was pointing to those items as, oh my God, watch out, here come the Seahawks.
Some of that is probably off of that one game, though, where they had 8,000 sacks.
11, an NFL record, I believe.
So
yeah, I don't know. Did he watch the Bengals game? Look at, and the defense didn't play terrible, but their pass defense is ranked 28th in the league, and which is kind of counterintuitive because everybody always talks about their corners and.
Well, Witherspoon's having, now that he's back in there, he's been a revelation for them at nickel.
Yeah, he's awesome. So that should get better.
Yes.
Right? But still, Cincinnati won that game by just picking them apart with little, they just dinked and dunked their way down the field.
Well, they won.
And then on the other side, Geno Smith is back to the old Geno Smith.
They won that game because Geno Smith turned the ball over. I don't know what to make of Seattle because when I look at the Seahawks, you get blown out against the Rams, and you're like, "Oh boy!" But it turns out that the Rams aren't the road apple that we thought.
That was a weird game. It was only one bad half.
It was one bad half. I think they were up 13-10 at the half.
McVay.
Well, and it turns out that the Rams aren't bad.
But McVay owns them. They have a really hard time stopping McVay's offenses.
And then you had that big win against the Lions, which turned out to be a really good win because the Lions are legit. And then after that, it's the Panthers and the Giants. Which, whatever, 2 of the worst teams in the league. And then you had that close one to Cincinnati where it kind of fell apart. So I don't know what to make of Seattle. I think Seattle's roster is still pretty good. I think there's a lot to like about them. I think my question about Seattle, and I think this goes for a lot of quarterbacks, what is Geno Smith? Like, Geno hasn't been bad. But is Geno just kind of the second half of the season last year, Geno Smith? I think sometimes we look at quarterbacks and we take their very best. Like you're a golfer, right? So the handicap system is what? The handicap is your score at your absolute best.
Yeah, that's technically what it is.
Right? Yeah. So if you're a 2, right, it doesn't mean that you're going out and you're shooting, you're shooting 74 every time.
No, it means that 2 over par should be your best score.
Yes. And I think sometimes with quarterbacks, we get into this a little bit where we see what Geno Smith is capable of, and then we're like, well, he should be there all the time. And I'm starting to wonder if that's just not Geno Smith. We know what he's capable of, but that shouldn't be the expectation every time. And if that's the case, where does Seattle rank? I think Seattle's a middle-of-the-road team. I think they're a borderline playoff team, which is why last year they barely got into the playoffs, but they did. And so I think I was expecting maybe Seattle with an improved roster to maybe take another step up. 1, there's been some injuries there, but 2, I think that Geno Smith has regressed a little bit. Not that he's bad. I just think that this may be what it is, where you have a good, solid team with a solid quarterback, and you are going to be in a lot of close ball games, and I'm not sure that you are capable of beating elite teams. And that whole quarterback phenomenon, I think that goes for a lot of teams. Like, who I think we talked about Herbert and kind of being above criticism. Who probably deserves to start having some questions asked about him is Jalen Hurts.
Oh, really?
Jalen Hurts last year was arguably the best player in the NFL. If Jalen Hurts doesn't get hurt down the stretch there, he's probably the MVP. He goes into the postseason and he's gangbusters, and he put on one of the better performances we've seen in the Super Bowl, not winning performance. Jalen Hurts did everything you could ask of him last year, and Philly was dominant. They lose both coordinators this year. They actually managed to keep the team together. There wasn't a ton of defections there. We thought they'd lose more than they did. And Philly comes in and it's unquestioned, it's one of the best units in all of football. And yeah, they're winning games. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're 5-1. But I think when you look at Jalen Hurts this year, keep an eye on that, because I'm not certain that Jalen Hurts is an MVP. I think what we've seen is Jalen Hurts under the right circumstances. That is what Jalen Hurts is. But much like Geno Smith, that's the very best, and I'm not sure that's him every single week. It's too early to make any sort of definitive statements, but I don't think it's unfair to ask what exactly is wrong with Jalen Hurts. And I'm not certain that certain that the answer to that question just isn't. He's not quite the MVP that we thought. He was great last year, and he loses his OC, and teams have figured him out a little bit, and they're putting together some different game plans, and their offense is not exactly what it was last year.
Well, it's interesting that those two teams lost last weekend.
Yeah.
And if you look at the Eagles and the Niners, two teams, I was talking about the two best teams, Niners and Eagles. You could question the quarterback play, and you could ask the question: do they have good enough quarterback play to win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
The Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, and Brock Purdy, Niners.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. And look at Jalen Hurts on
who would you trust most? Probably Hurts because they've been there.
Hurts has been there, but if you're going off of just what we've seen, it's Brock Purdy. Like Jalen Hurts this year has 1,500 yards, 7 touchdowns, 7 picks. He's been okay, but he's not lighting. He's not lighting the world on fire.
Well, that's where you always come back to quarterbacks in the playoffs. That's where you come back to the Josh Allens, and the Patrick Mahomes. Those are the teams, and maybe even Detroit, maybe even Jared Goff.
He's been better.
Or golf.
He's been better than most of them. This year.
It's just very interesting, and it's so early. Or okay, here's one: Miami and Tua. So who do you think right now is better equipped to win the Super Bowl, considering their quarterback situations? Philly, Miami, or San Francisco?
San Francisco.
Really?
Yeah. They're the most complete team. Miami, although, Miami's offensive line, let's give Miami's offensive line credit for a second, because they've been without their best offensive lineman in Armstead. If you look at any of the Pro Football Focus numbers, all 5 of their O linemen who have just been bashed, like they were supposed to be like a sieve, at least from a pass blocking standpoint. They're, I think, the worst one from a position ranked is like 8th in the NFL. Like they're playing out of their mind, but their defense, I think it leaves me. I think that is the least team of those. So I'm going to put them 3rd. I love their offense, but we saw it against Buffalo that if their offense isn't clicking on all cylinders, I don't think they can beat you another way. Whereas Philly and San Francisco, they can bully you a little bit. And when healthy, even though Hurts hasn't played, Hurts has by far been the worst of those 3 quarterbacks. We've seen Hurts do it before, and I just love Philly's roster more so than I do Miami's. But when healthy, dude, San Francisco is the best team in the league, and we're trying to pick apart Brock Purdy because of what happened with Cleveland. Realized that he was without Debo, he was without Christian, he was without Trent Williams, and the Cleveland defense. You want to talk about an underrated unit? That Cleveland defense is nasty, and they still were a field goal away from winning that game. So, like people trying to throw shade at Brock Purdy, saying that, oh, you take away all his weapons and he sucks. No, he's not. Brock Purdy led them down with a really good chance, an 80% chance for that field goal to win that game against a really tough-nosed defense with a bunch of injuries. So, San Francisco, to me, when healthy, is still the best team in football, period, end of story. It's just their thing has always been health. Can those guys keep it together?
Tell you what, the Browns, with that defense is nasty.
It's so good.
If Deshaun Watson gets healthy,
it's the biggest.
They could be a Super Bowl contender.
If Deshaun Watson was even 80% of the Deshaun Watson in Houston, Cleveland would be scary, but he's not.
Well, he's not yet.
Well, no, we've seen like one game. The other one to keep an eye on, so we're talking about all these quarterbacks and some guys struggling. I don't know if you've just seen offensive numbers across the board. Like they're all 10, 15-year lows across. Like we see some really good offense in Miami and San Francisco, but offensive numbers in general are just this year. Scoring down, yards per play down, all that stuff, down. Some at historic lows, other, again, we haven't seen these in 10, 12 years. So even with all the rules being catered to the offense, what you're seeing, I truly believe this in the NFL, is you are seeing the best pass rushers we've ever seen in NFL history. Like Trent Williams after the Cleveland game said, dude, Myles Garrett's a Hall of Famer. Look at how many good edge rushers.
They're just disrupting the quarterbacks.
They are.
It's like last night with Herbert.
Yes. That's
a good quarterback, but man, the Cowboys were on him.
Yep. There are they're just something is in the water, namely just athletic freaks, and we are producing elite D linemen, and teams are starting to figure out that it's not one. Dude, some of these cats now are running in 6, 7, 8, 9-man units that are just flipping, and you're just seeing just
like
the
Niners.
Yeah, you're just seeing these rushers that are coming through, and when you can do that, I don't care how good your offense is. When you can heat up a quarterback with 4 and you can beat him up and harass him, we're seeing a bit of a resurgence in defense, even though all the rules are tilted towards the offense, simply because the dudes up front are sick.
So I think the next rule change should be to make them all play with ankle weights.
There you go. 50-pound weights on
See
their
how
ankles.
that does.
But you look at guys now like Max Crosby, and because it's not just the standard guys that we all know, but Hendricks out of Cincinnati and Max Crosby and just all these guys that don't even necessarily
Hutchinson.
that don't get like all this love, and they're just absolute beasts out there.
All right, we'll wrap up widgets next with an interesting question from the Vancouver Ford text line pertaining to the Seahawks. We'll get to that next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
This is all about how you respond at this point. You can't do nothing now about. You can't go back and not go win again. Like, we already lost this on the record, so now it's how do you get better from this? How you move on? I feel like the veterans did a really good job coming Sunday and just saying, all right, what do we do wrong? What's next? And what we got to do? And we have a good mindset right now. I'm still hurt about it, but I'm gonna get over it.
Okay, Brandon Dorless.
Yeah, I mean,
right there.
As someone has correctly pointed out, as long as Oregon wins out, that Washington game means nothing. You'll see them again in the Pac-12 title game if you win out, and then that'll be for the whole marbles. But a lot of tough games left to play, including the Civil War, which may be their toughest test yet.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
A big game setback.
Camden Lewis, ready, snap, place, kick on the way, long enough. He missed it to the right.
Are the Ducks' goals still the same?
I'm not going to quit on this.
All right, we're trucking toward the club. Am I right, guys?
I see what you did there.
Trucking there.
Schwarber hit another one for the Phillies.
I'm so tired of the Phillies.
They're just mashing.
Actually, I'm not. I think they're actually pretty fun.
I think I just saw they have the most home runs ever in a 4-game playoff span. They're now up to 14 over the last 4 games.
Yeah, they're kind of one of these, and Texas is a bit like this too. They're these home run or strikeout all or nothing teams.
Yep.
And I think they're pretty fun to watch, even though they strike out a lot.
Sure. And they kind of it feels like they have that. They just have that vibe. You mentioned it's a very Red Sox when they called it like the whatever is like
the Village Idiots,
the Village Idiots or whatever. They just kind of have that trashy sort of vibe that just it seems to work for them. And
bros.
A bunch of bros.
Bunch of bros out there.
Did you see? By the way, did you see like the stat cast for Garcia's cartwheel that he had in the Rangers game?
Wait, what? Cartwheel?
Yeah, like they do the stat cast for like how fast you run. They have like the GPS on there, the advanced analytics. Have you seen those? Like
I've seen them, but I haven't seen the cartwheel that you're talking about.
So he took one like an inside pitch that was kind of like down by his feet. So he kind of jumped out of the way, and look it up. Like just it's kind of funny. So as he kind of jumps out of the way, he's falling forward a little bit, and he cartwheels. He cartwheels over the plate to stay on his feet, and they did like an advanced analytic for like how fast he was moving on his cartwheel and the distance traveled. It was kind of one of the funnier things that I've seen. They did like a kind of tongue-in-cheek thing.
Hey, I'm trying to watch it, but I have to sit through an ad. So stand by.
Damn it.
2 seconds, 1 second.
So they had like the speed of his rotation, distance traveled, and then below it they put form 10 out of 10.
Oh, yeah. A little cartwheel there.
Yeah, he does a little cartwheel.
All right.
Yeah. I kind of I enjoyed that. That was just one of those things that came across my Twitter feed. When I was kind of scrolling through like the MLB hashtags, and I saw that, it made me laugh.
Maybe this means we need more gymnastics in baseball.
I just don't know if I've ever seen anyone, let alone a Major League All-Star, cartwheel across home plate.
We could put a couple balance beams on the infield.
Oh, there you go. That goes along with our like live animals in the outfield.
Yeah, or you could put a balance beam like on the first base and third base line. You have to jump up on it and run down to first base on it.
Got to do a pommel horse before you can round second.
Yeah, pommel horse at second.
Like you hit a home run, but if you fall off the balance beam, you're done.
Here's a question.
But they had it. Distance covered 1 foot, spin rate 0.01 miles per hour, form 10 out of 10.
Isn't that cute?
Hey, it's pretty good for an impromptu cartwheel. I think it's better than I could do.
It's better than I could do too. He needs to straighten his legs.
Yeah.
That's the key to a good cartwheel.
I don't know the last time that I cartwheeled. It's been a while.
Well, I'm talking about Garcia, not you.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
I don't
saying.
want to see you do a cartwheel. Gross. Here's a question on the Vancouver Ford text line pertaining to the Seahawks. If you're Seattle, do you draft Geno Smith's replacement this spring?
Yes.
Perhaps even a left-handed quarterback playing a few miles up the road.
He won't be there.
Michael Penix.
He won't be there.
Well, if you want him bad enough, you can go get him.
I suppose. Yeah. The thing about Penix, the only thing that would scare me is the what would you call it? The injury history. That scares me a little bit. Couple knees, a shoulder. Although, stayed healthy last year, stayed healthy this year, but he also doesn't get hit a lot. It just that's the only thing that would scare me. Although I've seen a lot of people saying that the Pac-12 quarterbacks, including Bo Nix, are rising, and some people are starting to pick apart Caleb Williams' game a little bit. It's not been
funny. You lose by 28, and all of a sudden everybody thinks you suck.
Well, I think what's happening with old Caleb there is he is playing so off script so often. I think it's starting to worry people that the habits that are being formed are terrible, and everything that we love about him, the ability to improvise and run around, that doesn't work in the NFL. The stuff that he's getting away with in college, he will not get away with at the NFL level. You will get hunted down. Now, like I said, he's the closest thing I've seen to Patrick Mahomes in his ability to do that and move around. But you have to be able to play still within the confines of an offense. And maybe it's unfair to him because the offensive line right now is actually worse than their defense. And he's having to do it out of necessity. But I do see where people are watching him play and getting a bit nervous with how backyard Johnny football that he plays. That would scare me. Whereas a guy like Penix or even Bo Nix, they're very much on time. They play within the confines of a system, and it is way more structured. Drake May at North Carolina, I can see where there's maybe some NFL teams that look at Williams and get scared, but his overall raw talent is just it's through the roof.
It's funny you mentioned the May because I was listening to a podcast recently where an NFL analyst and scouting analyst was saying it wouldn't seem like it based on the tools, but I promise you there will be debates on May versus Williams because of how much pro-style stuff May does that's on script, that's on time, that's in rhythm, that's in his progression, and that right now Williams is not doing any of that.
No, when you watch him play, it is the most off-script I have seen, and when it works, it's brilliant. But when it doesn't, boy, it can look real bad. See Arizona, see Notre Dame, and just that running around. If we've learned one thing from Justin Fields and Anthony Richardson, and running quarterbacks in the NFL do not last. Period. End of story. I don't know why we keep trying to make it a thing, but if you have to run to survive in the NFL, who was it? Trevor Lawrence that told Anthony Richardson, says, man, these NFL hits add up. You have got to get down. And I'm not saying that Caleb Williams runs around quite like those guys, but you cannot Russell Wilson this thing and just whirly-bird around and go backwards for 15 yards every time and think your arm's going to bail you out. Doesn't work in the NFL.
Well, it's a good thing he has Matt Eberflus to look forward to.
that will not
that
be,
ought to help him.
That will not be the case. But I'll be interested as we get to the NFL draft is like what Buck said. Are there whispers that the once in a generation talent in Caleb Williams, are there NFL teams that look at some of these others and say, well, maybe?
All right, pipe down. We got to get to the club. You're cutting into club time, bro.
Guys, move on. Shutting up.
We've got airline doo-doo news, and we'll tackle the biggest problem on the internet next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty. Craving something refreshing? Swing by Victor Rico's
We're done sportsing.
I'm exhausted.
I'm too.
I've sports so hard today, I can't sports anymore.
You guys don't understand. Sportsing is hard.
It is. Talking sports ball is tough, man. So much sports ball. And now we've got the Phillies and the Diamondbacks playing important sports ball.
Yeah.
Why are the Pirates up there? What is happening?
Pirates? What are you talking about?
What is that? There's like the Pirates, the Twins.
Oh, that's the Selig Award for philanthropic excellence.
Oh.
My Royals, of course, being one of the 5 finalists. Thank you.
They call that the Selig Award?
It looks like the Alan K. Selig Award.
Was Bud Selig? Was he like a? Did he give?
That was Bud Selig's gay lover.
Did he give a bunch of stuff away? What is happening?
Gather my thoughts here.
It's important too.
But he's gay.
And that's okay. It's 2023. Although India just voted down gay marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah. India's like, yeah,
Look at you following Indian politics.
Don't give me this progressive snowflake thing. India said nope. Well, my special lady friend, her brother lives over in India, so I got to stay abreast on those sorts of
terrible.
things. I mean, he's not gay or anything, but if he was, he could
How
not
do you
get.
know?
He's married with kids, but
He may be gay.
I guess that doesn't mean anything.
I bet he's gay.
It could be a beard, even though I don't think he can grow one. The Asians not known for their great beard growing capabilities.
Well, I was going to say this story, or I was going to do this story first, but Buck suddenly is not in the room, and he was the one that wanted to hear this story.
Did we lose Buck?
He's not in there. I don't know where he went. But so I'll go to the airplane doo-doo story real quick.
Maybe Buck had a doo-doo emergency.
It's possible. It's happened.
Oh, I had one just yesterday. I had a lady.
Tell us about it.
I had a lady at a aesthetic clinic in Clackamas save my life.
Aesthetic?
An aesthetic. It was. I think it's some sort of cosmetic. Like, it said it was like the Clackamas Aesthetic Clinic. I don't know. I don't know what was happening.
Did you have to go poo poo?
Yeah, a little
doo poo poo. Hello? Oh my God, what is going on with that guy?
I literally just sat down. What's up?
Yeah, I know.
What do you need?
Well, what were you doing?
Going to the bathroom. Is that okay?
Let's see.
Did you have to go poopy?
No.
Yeah, I think.
Quick little whiz.
No,
I think. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I was gone 90 seconds.
I was going to present a story that you were interested in, and then it threw me off.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here I am.
Did you climb out of my ass for a while?
Go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
Let's go.
By the way,
For
Iowa
Pete's sakes.
maybe part of the playoff picture.
What?
Huh? What is happening?
What is? I don't care
Who
about
is
that right
winning?
now.
What is occurring? No one knows. This is anarchy.
Iowa.
Are drunk bosses in here again? Yeah, but some people think Iowa's going to play for the Big Ten title.
Oh.
I think that's what he was referring
We'll
to.
talk about it tomorrow.
There we go.
Probably not.
We can't quit the sports ball.
We should just
Maybe
do
it's time to
4
grab a hold of your little step ladders and go ahead and climb out of my ass for a while.
It's total anarchy.
Maybe we should do 4 hours of sports. Forget the club.
I'm too tired.
Maybe
I'm
we
too
should do
tired.
4 hours of anarchy.
Yeah. Oh, so yesterday.
Yeah, an aesthetics.
Like an aesthetic clinic. I don't know what's going on in there, but it was like it had the appearance of like a medical thing, but it wasn't. But you walked in and there was like an IV bag that they were promoting.
So it's like just where you're hungover and you go in there and they give you the drip.
I think that might have been it. I don't know. There were some hots working in there. I don't know. And it had a very, like, when you walked in, it had like a very like hip sort of vibe. But yeah. So I ate. There's a little like teriyaki place that I eat at for lunch there. It's called the Soy Grill because I'm a soy boy.
So it says they specialize in non-surgical anti-aging treatments to help you look and feel your best.
Okay. That place. Shout out to the nice lady there who
So
saved
is that
me.
where you get your Ozempic?
Ozempic. Yeah. Ozempic. So I ate it. I ate at the Soy Grill. And then as I was finishing up.
Soy boy bitch.
That's right. I was having my chicken and rice, and I started to feel a little bit of the grumbles. And I was like, oh. But there's no bathroom at the Soy Grill.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
A restaurant without a...
It's a really just kind of small little, teriyaki place. There was no bathroom. And so I was like, no big deal. I was like,
I still think they should have a bathroom.
It's only like 20 minutes to get to work. I'll be fine. So I go to get in the car and
Famous last words,
yeah.
man.
So I start to pull out and I realized I was like, I don't want to risk this. So I just pull into the next parking spot and I get out, same parking lot. And I'm like, And so I figured there's a big office building. I'll walk into the office building because every one of those buildings, they all just have shared bathrooms. There's one on the first floor. Like, no big deal. I'll walk in there.
Yes.
So as I walk into the building, I realized that
Let me guess. You needed a code.
Well, and it was a worse situation than what I realized.
You needed to poop.
As I'm walking in.
But now you need the code.
Yeah, but I'm not worried at this point because I walk in. But yes, so when I find the bathroom, coded me.
Code, yeah.
And now I was like, uh-oh.
That's what they do now.
Because now it's starting to get bad. So there's an Allstate insurance agent right there. So I figure I'll walk in there and I'll politely ask if I can use the bathroom. So I walk in there. It's nicely decorated from Halloween. There's no one there. There's no one working at the Allstate agency.
They're making too much money.
So I'm sitting there for like probably a good 45 seconds and I realize I don't have now any time. Like, this is happening. It's going down right now.
Ooh.
And now I'm kind of in a panic. I don't have time to go anywhere else. I can't leave. It is happening right here and now. And as a Hail Mary, I just was like, I'm like debating whether to like go into some bushes outside.
You didn't do the 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
And it worked?
Across the way was the aesthetic clinic. And I was like, it's my last shot. So I just walk into the aesthetic clinic. And again, there's no one there. No one's working the front desk. There's just one dude sitting like in a chair, like filling out a form. And he's got to be able to tell because I am sweating bullets. I've got the legs crossed. I'm in full clinch and I don't know what to do. And now I start waddling to the back because I have to find someone. This is my last shot. Either I get the code or it's happening right here.
What if were you looking for another restroom maybe?
No, I was looking for someone to give me the code.
Well, what if there were a bathroom right there?
Well,
I
just would have ducked in. All hands were on deck.
What if it were a women's?
I don't care.
Women's only.
I don't care. Because there was, when I stood outside of the bathroom, I did knock on the men's and women's in hope that I would get someone to say, hey, I'm in here. And I could just wait till they got done and then try to sneak in.
Right.
And I didn't care. And this nice lady comes up from the back. And I said, I know this is weird, but this is an emergency. Can I please have your bathroom code? And because I was fearful they were going to be like customers only or whatever. And I was trying to let her know this is an emergency. And she was like, oh, absolutely. Gave me the code. And I proceeded to make my way. And I did not think I was going to make it. I believe that the Lord intervened on my behalf.
Did you tell her that you had seen an Allstate ad, so you were technically a customer?
Yes. I was just in the Allstate office. They told me no. She was so nice. Didn't give me any guff, nothing. Just gave me the code. And I did not have 1 second to spare. So to that woman, you have no idea. You have no idea what you did for me.
She didn't have to believe you.
No, she did not.
In your graphic detail about how much of an emergency it was.
Well, and I was sweating bullets.
Did you tell her it was number 2 emergency?
I just said it was an emergency. And she did not question it one bit.
You know what I like to do?
Thank you.
What I like to do in that situation is I like to pretend that I'm throw up sick.
Oh, that's good.
Because it's just a little less embarrassing.
Yeah.
Than having poopy butt.
I didn't care. I needed to get into the bathroom, and I needed to get into the bathroom
it's pretty,
now.
I mean, come on.
Believe me, look, I was humiliated.
Listen, lady.
Yeah.
Whereas if like I'm gonna throw up,
yeah,
it's more manly.
It is more manly. It's just, man, sometimes when it comes on out of nowhere.
Well, we've all been there.
I am so grateful though that I didn't try to make it to work. It would have been side of the freeway. I thought for a minute, I was like, well, I'm just going to have to go home. I'm going to have to call in and be like, sorry, guys, I'm not doing the show.
You know what that would have been?
This is malicious fecal distribution.
Yeah.
Malicious fecal distribution by you.
Yeah. It's this close to you getting a call and being like, sorry, dude, you're on your own. I got to go home. What would I have done? I don't have spare clothes.
Well,
nothing I could do.
Sometimes there's that moment in time where you realize it's over.
Yep.
And you have to let it rip. And it's a terrible feeling.
I was there. I really was.
Well, you weren't.
Well,
fire away, big boy.
I thought.
I'm talking about that moment where you give up.
Yeah.
And it's over.
Had that lady said no,
you weren't there.
I would have exited the door, gone to the bushes in front of that building in Clackamas, and all those people in that parking lot would have witnessed a hate crime go down to those bushes because there was no other choice.
Or maybe all the Allstate people that weren't in the office were in the back doing it with one another, and they see you out the window. Wouldn't that have been something?
And I would have blamed them.
Yeah,
Where
it's
the
like,
hell
this is
were
on you. You're squatting.
Yes.
They're looking at you like, what the heck are you doing? And you're pointing at them angrily. Like,
now watch this drive.
And then you say, now watch this drive.
I even did at the All-Star Day. I walked in and I even did one of these. Hello? Anybody? It's just desperate. It was desperate times. I need to bring that lady like a gift basket and not tell her what for. Just bring her one and hand it to her and be like, here, like you deserve this.
Yeah, maybe bring her some X-Lax or something. Say, hey, your next time you're in the situation, or no, you wouldn't want X-Lax.
I wouldn't want
opposite of that.
You would want like,
I don't know.
Bring her like a probiotic. Tighten you up a little bit in there.
Too much sriracha
Fiber
sauce.
tabs.
Fiber tabs. Here, I got you some of these, lady.
Woo!
Thanks for the assist.
Yeah, someone said I would have just been joining the transients. I don't think anyone would have thought much of it.
Yeah. I tell you, if there's one place where you can crap your pants in public and it's not that big of a deal, it's Portland.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't Happy Valley. I don't know how they handle it out there. I don't know.
All right, well, I have airplane doo-doo news, and now that Buck has graced us with his presence, we can tackle the biggest problem on the internet coming up next on The Fan.
It's The Fan on demand.
I'm going to give it to you.
Give it to me.
Service Patriots brings you fan podcasts on pace for 2.5 million listens and downloads in 2023.
Oh my God, that is impressive.
Service Patriots is your home comfort solution for all your heating and air conditioning needs. Check out the latest special offers for our listeners at servicepatriots.com/thefan.
They're calling this the biggest problem on the internet, and that's saying something because there are a lot of problems on internet. At least it seems.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
take your misinformation, revenge porn. I mean, cyber stalking, bullying. I mean, you name it.
Hate speech.
Yeah, depression from social media, all of that crap. The internet is one giant cesspool.
Anything political.
Anything at all. The political discourse. Hey, by the way, let me solve the Israeli-Palestinian problem real quick for you because, you know, I am now an expert because I watched some TikTok videos.
I need that solved.
Oh, I've solved it, but you're going to have to go to my TikTok to find out the answer.
I'm not on TikTok.
Well, then you don't get to know. But I promise you that I have I've got it solved because, well, you know, internet.
You had to give out your hot takes on the war on TikTok.
I love every dumbass out there that's taking their hot stance and be like, well, you know, I know what's really going on. Really? Do you? You're abreast of the situation, are you?
Yeah, wait till you see my post on this.
Thanks for sharing your awesome point of view. I love it.
No, new research shows the number of deepfake videos is skyrocketing, and the world's biggest search engines are funneling clicks to dozens of sites dedicated to the non-consensual deepfake porn videos.
Oh no, they were hurting you so bad. Oh,
This is like celebrity, like Britney Spears in porn now, that sort of thing.
Since deepfakes emerged half a decade ago, the technology has consistently been used to abuse and harass women using machine learning to morph someone's head into porno without their permission. Now the number of non-consensual deepfake porn vids is growing at an exponential rate, fueled by the advancement of AI technologies and the expanding deepfake ecosystem.
Is that really I'm not trying to say that having your head put on a porno body is not a bad thing. But that's really the biggest problem we're facing. And does anyone believe that it's real?
Don't we all want porno bodies?
Well, yeah, that's true. But if you found if Megan Fox all of a sudden was I'm trying to think of who's like a huge Taylor Swift. If all of a sudden Taylor Swift is involved in like a 9-person porno, and you're like, boy, that really looks like Taylor Swift, or we're all going to be like, yep, that's accurate. Really?
Well,
that's the biggest problem we're facing?
I don't think that's the point, but...
Like child predators, like someone said NAMBLA, right? Isn't that a bigger problem than...
NAMBLA? Is that still a thing?
Oh, that's still a thing. Isn't that a...
Should I re-up my membership?
Not that I would know. Isn't that a bigger problem? Like online child, predator type stuff? Isn't that a bigger problem than celebrities being superimposed?
A new analysis of non-consensual deepfake porn videos conducted by an independent researcher and shared with the magazine Wired shows how pervasive the videos have become. At least 244,625 vids have been uploaded to the top 35 websites set up either exclusively or partially to host deepfake porn vids in the past 7 years.
I can't say that I've ever... Am I in the wrong places? I don't think I've ever seen a deep...
Well, you may not know that you have.
But wouldn't I know if I... Well, I guess if it was
Not
a famous
necessarily.
person, but it could just be anyone.
Yeah. Could be revenge porn. Over the first 9 months of this year, 113,000 videos were uploaded to the websites, a 54% increase on the 73,000 vids uploaded in all of 2022. By the end of this year, more videos will have been produced in 2023 than the total number of every other year combined.
Yikes. To a larger extent, not just the porn stuff, but I'll admit, man, this stuff kind of scares the living daylights out of me. The AI stuff.
Well, have you seen the... I think you watched the Bill Maher real-time show.
Yeah, I just got done watching the one last night where they had the...
Yeah, that tech guy.
Yeah.
He used to work at Facebook, I think.
Yeah, and he was talking about AI.
He was talking about the exponential growth of it.
Terrifying.
And he explained that in very lame... And I need that.
Yeah.
The super green layman's terms.
Yep.
He did that last night, or whenever that show was.
Yeah, I watched it last night. I think it airs every Sunday or whatever.
And it is mind-numbingly...
terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah, because I'll admit, when I first started, because it's the first 10 minutes of the show where he does the one-on-one interview.
What's that guy's name? He's really good. I've seen him
That's the first time I'd ever seen him. But I'll admit, like, I was watching it and I was kind of like, whatever, like AI, like, And about 2 minutes into it, it kind of grabbed my attention. And then for the next like 7 or 8 minutes, I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's not good. Yeah, that stuff just it's kind of freaky because I think we're already living in a world where truth doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't. And I'm not trying to sit here and blame on one person, although kind of. But this notion of you can get caught red-handed and it doesn't matter. Like government officials, it doesn't matter. We can just be like, yeah, that's not true. No, fake. I didn't do it. And once truth ceases to matter and exist anymore, that's terrifying. And now with this, who's to say what is or isn't? We already don't believe anything that we hear. We're now getting to the point we don't believe anything we see. And we're literally living in a world now where you can deny anything, and a vast majority of us are too dumb to know any different. It's scary as hell.
I just watch deep fake porns, man. Should be fine.
Look, I'm not going to lie. If there was a Halle Berry sort of situation, or Pink, I'm not saying
Would you care that it's fake? I mean, it's not fair to them.
I would rather
they don't want it out there.
I would rather it be the real thing, but
like
I
can get over the.
I'll take a spin.
I can get over it not being them.
Yeah,
like, oh, this is good. This will work for me.
This works. This works for the time being. But at the same time,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, like, and that's why I said the porn one doesn't bother me as much as some of the other.
Well, it doesn't bother you. It might bother Halle Berry.
Yeah, that's true. I'll say this: if you want to use me in some deep fake porns, just give me some like sweet abs or something. You know, make me look good.
I think that'd be funny to see you in deep fake porn.
But isn't like no matter what comes out now, you can just say that's not me. Like, it wasn't me.
Or you can just say it's fake.
Yeah, it's fake. Fake news.
If it came out about me, I'd own it. I'd be like, no, that's me, dude.
Hell yeah.
Look at that hog.
Check that out. But isn't it terrifying that whole, just the idea of fake news, it works. It absolutely works.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's used.
Yes. No, and where do we go? Like, there is, truth no longer matters in just about anything. And that should scare the living daylights out of everybody, including deep fake porn.
Well, you know what else
that being
should scare?
said, is there any Gal Gadot Wonder Woman things out
I
there? Is
love
that
her.
happening? Do we know? What do I search? Where do I go? And I only want to know so that I can tell others to not go there. I know what websites to not go.
Did you know this?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a threesome.
With?
Dua Lipa and Gal Gadot.
Boy, I'm not going to lie. If you had the monkey paw wish, you could do a lot worse than...
That's my threesome.
Is that 2 wishes, or do you just get 1?
He's going to go get him one of those Milwaukee butter hogs. You can add as many butter hogs into that as you like.
Yeah. I will say, having watched the Barbie movie, I told you that the only other hot besides Barbie is Dua Lipa plays the mermaid Barbie. It's good from about 62.
Yeah, she's on.
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
With John Cena.
Do you like doo-doo on your airplane?
No. No, I don't.
We have another defecation incident.
What is happening? Although that being said, I almost had one in an Allstate agency, so who am I to judge? They did have some hay barrels set up for Halloween. What would that have been like had someone come to the front and I was squatted over the hay barrel at the Clackamas Allstate agency?
Well, it could help people's footing when stepping over your diarrhea.
Spread out the hay. I'm like, I don't know. I thought that's what it was for. Animals do it.
Ugh. All right. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk.
Have you ever flown EasyJet?
Can't say that I have.
I have flown EasyJet, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, it's like it's almost like a Spirit Airlines of Europe. It's like
correct.
If you are trying to go somewhere really cheap for really discount, that's one of. It's like Ryanair.
Yeah.
It's one of those. So yeah,
That's right. Yeah, they've got the little yellow or the orange tails with EasyJet written on the back.
Sure.
Looks very low budgie.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I tend to try to stick to. Luckily, I don't have to go with the cheapest airfare.
Well, yeah, you're rich.
No,
Rich American.
But sometimes the difference isn't that great. I mean, I don't know. I've had sketchy experiences flying discount airlines, and they give me the heebie-jeebies.
Well, this is a discount airline. It was canceled. This is they're flying from some stupid island off the coast of Spain, which I'm sure wasn't great at all.
No, not at all.
They were flying from there to London, and it had to. It was delayed several hours. There is one passenger on board who told CNN Travel that the flight had already run into trouble pre-departure when the scheduled plane was switched out for a smaller aircraft.
Okay.
So some customers couldn't even get on the plane. They had to go put them up in a hotel. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure.
Those who made it 2 hours after it was scheduled to depart, they had to wait on the ground for more than an hour while they offloaded bags because it was overweight. So as the delay then extended, the atmosphere, he said, on the flight was getting pretty angry.
Sure.
And those planes aren't comfortable at all. They pack you in there like sardines.
Oh, yeah. They're really tight.
And he said everybody was really tense, and it was getting nasty. Then the pilot gives the all clear. He says, we're about 20 minutes until departure, and that is when he said he saw two people go up and use the front bathroom, and someone defecated on the floor of the airline bathroom.
Was that
empty bathroom?
So they went in the bathroom but didn't make the toilet.
Correct. And so
how do you miss
well,
it's so small.
They don't know if someone was pooping on the floor out of spite of everything that had gone on, or if they just had an accident. This guy said that as people were talking about it, they all he said everybody was being cool, and they all just kind of chalked it up to somebody had a bad doo-doo party in there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really get the two people thing. I don't know if he meant.
But have you ever been so mad you're like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to crap on this floor.
No. But people do that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, people are
I would just think that if you're in the bathroom, and you're stepping in it because you don't have room to step around it. It's an airplane. I mean,
yeah. I mean, it's like not even a foot.
No.
Over there.
Yeah.
So why can't you hit
it? I feel like the only way to do that would be if you're doing it on purpose. But then I feel like you're still pooping on your feet. Like there's just not enough room.
Well, guys, it got worse because
Can it get worse?
Well, you tell me. He said everyone was being polite to each other. There was no fighting or anything. It was just very uncomfortable. Then passengers remained in their seats during the cleaning process. So they paused everything, and the cleaners came on board to deep clean. The feces off the floor.
Yeah, you got to pressure wash it.
And that's when the captain told everybody that they would have to now disembark because it was unsanitary.
Makes sense.
Well, it does, but then why are you having them sit there waiting while they're cleaning it?
Why didn't you just let them off the plane from the get-go?
Instantly, yeah. So they said it was another 30 minutes before they deplaned. He said he was then sent to a hotel room overnight, 45 minutes from the airport, and then he got a special rescue flight the next day. They have since apologized.
And they never did find out who was responsible for the doo-doo, huh?
They know. Again, this story is a little unsatisfying. It does not tackle this part of the topic, but they know the two people that went into the bathroom.
Yeah, but you can't prove that it was malicious, huh?
Right. So it's like this unspoken,
which one it was, even, right?
Or which one it was, right? It's like which. It had to have been the second.
The second one.
Yeah.
There's no way it's the first one.
Yeah. It was probably that lady.
Boy, that is
doing the doo-doo on the airplane.
But I guess if you don't know that the person did it on purpose, there's really nothing that you can do. Like you can't punish them.
I think you got to be cool about it. No, I agree.
Boy, that's tough.
Now, let me present you with another scenario.
Please.
Lock that door. Let's get to going. What do you think? What do you guys think about that?
You know what? I don't think that's a terrible idea. As long as it's sealed off, we throw some caution tape up.
Yeah.
And
hazmat.
Yeah.
You've already been delayed 2.5 hours.
I like where you're going
if
with
I
this.
told you, okay, so let's say this. You are already delayed on your stupid, crappy ass EasyJet flight. You're already sitting there in your head going, why did I book this S-ass airline?
Yes.
Okay.
Because this only happens on these.
2.5, 3 hours delayed.
Mm-hmm.
I will present you a scenario that now someone defecates on the floor in the airplane bathroom.
Yeah.
Choice.
Yeah, seal it up.
Seal it up and go.
Seal it up.
Or knowing that you have to now stay overnight, 45 minutes from the airport, and then come back the next morning. That's a no-brainer.
You're 100%. Seal it up. Seal it up.
And that's not a long flight.
No.
Spain to, or the
Spain
off
to
the coast
to
of
London?
Spain to London.
Seal it up.
Let's go.
100%. 100%.
Now, what if you then have serious mud butt doo-doo?
But there's another bathroom, right?
Well, I don't know. It's a pretty small plane.
Well, then you can't. You can't.
Yeah, you can't. You have to have at least one facility,
There has
even if
to
it
be
means
a-
people are waiting extra long.
There has to
you
be a-
can't get up in the air with no toilet available.
Now, are you saying this can't because of guidelines?
Well, I'm sure
or
that
are you
would
saying
be one
in your
thing.
own head?
In my own head. You can't do it.
You cannot
You
fly
can't.
this.
No.
Let's just get there.
There's
Everybody
no
hold
way
it.
There's no way. You
that
can't.
other passengers are going to be able to hold it, and then you're creating far more of these sanitary issues because people are whizzing and crapping
at
all
that
over the
point,
place.
you're just asking for an ecological disaster. You can't do it. As long as there is a bathroom available, you seal that son of a bitch
Isn't
up.
it already an ecological disaster?
Yeah, but it's a sealed ecological disaster.
Right, you've protected the people from it now by sealing it up. If you don't have another lavatory for people to go to, they're just going to create problems all over this plane.
This would be the fun one because we talked about the snakes on an airplane. Like what sort of discount would you have to take in order to fly anywhere in the world? But you know that somewhere on that airplane
There's a deadly snake.
there's a deadly snake,
Yeah,
and you don't know where it's at.
I'm taking the flight.
You're taking the flight.
Yeah, that snake's not. I bet you don't even see the snake.
This
you
is
might not see the snake.
This is the other one. You have to take a flight, and like a serious flight, a long flight, and it's going to be deeply discounted. But there is no bathroom. There is none.
Okay.
But hey, man, you got 6-7 hours on a plane, and there is no toilet facility.
How long is the flight exactly?
6.5 hours. Serious flight.
That's long.
6.5 hours, no toilet.
I'm gonna be drinking.
None.
Well, not if you don't have a bathroom, you're not.
Nope. 6.5 hours.
No, see, that's how dumb I am. I think I'd still drink.
But I'm
and
hit-
then what happens in hour 3 when you
Well,
need to do something?
Tighten it up. Do my
3.5
Kegels.
hours.
for 6.5 hours.
Well, I mean, what? You have no choice.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you get on the
Do I get on the plane?
Do you get on the plane? We're
What's
saying,
my
hey,
discount?
we're flying to Spain. 85%.
Ooh.
You can get to Barcelona, Madrid
From Portland?
From Portland
In 6.5 hours?
Well, that's not okay. So that's
We should really be operating with like a 5.5 hour flight.
So let's go to
like
Hawaii.
Portland to the East Coast or Portland to Hawaii. Something
there
like
you
that.
go. We're going to Hawaii.
We're going to Hawaii.
We're going to Hawaii. I'll get you to Hawaii for $99. Hawaiian Airlines,
No
nice
bathroom.
seat, 0 bathroom.
I'm okay with it.
None.
I'm okay with it.
Still drinking?
Let's party.
You're running the risk.
Still having your pina
Yeah.
colada on the way there?
Yeah, I'm just making sure I got all my doo-doo factors out of the way.
What about your wee-wee factors?
Bold.
Now, the wee-wee factor is tough. You can't really control that.
Let's
Can you use a
also put
Gatorade
this
bottle?
too. It's not just you on the airplane, man. You got a couple hundred passengers.
Yeah, I get that.
And they're all going to be doing the same thing you
Look,
are.
man.
I'm a little nervous. I've
Give
had
me
a
to
couple
Hawaii.
of drinks.
I'm paying $100.
$100.
And
Let's
everyone's
go.
whizzing in their water bottles.
I am a risk taker. Let's go.
You're
I
gonna be
like
grossed
that
out
you're
by
a
the time you get
I
there.
like that you're a riverboat gambler when it comes to travel.
Come on.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Why not? Might make it interesting. See who all has explosive diarrhea on the flight. People screaming and yelling
you're
and
about to-
pointing fingers at each other.
Yeah, that seems just like your scene.
You're about to find out something.
I'd love it. If I'd just
you
sit
would
and
not
watch.
love it.
I'd sit and watch. I would. Make it entertaining. Flights are boring.
This one would not be boring.
Give me another drink.
Oh, one more.
And then if I absolutely had to pee, absolutely could not hold it, you just let it rip.
I don't think that's the way that works.
Well, you have to. Somebody's going to. You know somebody's going to.
The thing is, you won't be the first. Someone will not be able to. You'll be like the 30th person.
That's
that decides
my whole
they just have
point.
to
By the way,
let
someone
fly.
may get arrested for that. You can't whip out your dong on an
Wait.
airplane.
Oh, sure you can. I've done it a million times. Now, wait a minute. You're saying that they're putting us in this scenario, but then if you without a bathroom, but then
Go ahead, whip out
they'll arrest you.
Whip out your penis on an airplane, see what happens.
I already have.
Just saying. There is no like, hey, anything goes. No. It's not the way this works.
I'm confident that I could avoid the squishy butt. The pee thing, that's a long time.
It's a long time to hold
But
it.
I also think it's possible that that's not even an issue.
You ever gone to Hawaii and not peed on an airplane? I haven't.
Yeah.
Really?
I think I have.
I don't feel like you could make it through one of these shows without going to the bathroom.
Well, I drink a lot of water here because
Yeah.
I'm very healthy. But if I know this is occurring, right? So I can plan. I think I can.
You can plan to dehydrate yourself if you want.
Yeah, I think I can do it.
Deeply discount people for a discount, man.
Or I bring one of those. Was it Ontario Smith?
Yeah,
Who's
the Wizinator, yeah.
Yeah, the Wizinator.
I'm gonna bring a Wizinator with me.
Bring the shiwi.
Yeah, I got the shiwi in my
Bleach your
pants.
buddy, give yourself a little catheter situation.
There you go. $99. Boom! Just saved $500.
Schwarber just went deep again.
Again?
The freaking Phillies. Just mashing.
I'm rooting for Texas.
Oh, I think that's
I
all
don't
of
like
us.
the Phillies.
Well, yeah, as a Mets fan, go Rangers. But
I think they're going to hammer Scherzer tomorrow.
This is a fun team to watch right now, though.
All right. Well, so you're not taking that flight?
I don't know.
It's a lot of money you saving.
There's a lot of
bro.
money. It certainly
Both
is.
ways. $200. Your round trip.
You made it a would you rather? Would you rather do the snake flight or the no going to the bathroom
Oh,
flight?
snake, easy. I honestly don't even think.
Rob's convinced.
And I hate snakes.
Rob's convinced the snake thing wouldn't happen.
No, I'm just.
He just wants to play the percentages.
Snake
Like
it-
300 people, he's not going to bite me.
Exact. Well, he's not even going to show his little snake face.
You can't promise that. You
He's a
know
little
that.
bitch.
I would.
He's gonna hide.
I would take the toilet because
He's gonna hide somewhere where it's warm, like on the engine or something.
or your
right
pant,
underneath your
or
butt.
your pant leg.
Well,
I'm not dying from pee. I may die from the black mamba. I'm taking the pee. One could lead to death. One won't.
all right. We wrap it up next on the Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I think seeing the Phoenix and Utah model, the Blazers, I think, are one of many teams around the league. I think Silver's doing this too. The RSN way of sports, it's dead. There's still some that exist. It's largely dead.
It's died in baseball. It's died in hockey. I mean, there's a lot of those Bally Sports stuff. We went over those lawsuits a million times. The bankruptcies, the debt payments. They can't afford it.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Souk, and let me tell you, there's a huge difference between having just a backyard and a true outdoor living space. After Vulcan Design and Construction
Red ships of Spain, red ships